God, I love it. You should have seen Kathy Smith playing air guitar that opening before we went on. I love it, Kathy. It's better chords than the Hollywood Vampires, you know. God, I love it. You should see Kathy Smith playing air guitar that opening before we went on. Somebody's echoing on me. Better chords than the Hollywood Vampires. That's so funny listening to that back.
Love it. Love it.
Somebody's echoing on me. Better chords than the Hollywood Vampires. Does somebody have a second screen open?
I don't think so.
Not me.
Kathy? No?
No.
Joni?
Can you hear me?
I'm not echoing anymore. Somebody did something
Not
right.
me.
I
Okay.
stopped echoing.
No.
Joni?
No.
Oh,
No.
shit.
No, I'm not. There's a delay. Somebody did something right. I stopped echoing.
No.
Sounds like Eric the Midget Show. Anything? Anybody running like a second screen? Could it be me? Let me see if I'm running. What happens sometimes is the new Windows will open they'll open two separate windows and you'll be playing the same show twice. I had this during the trial. This happened to me. And I'm looking at it and I don't see anything. Am I good now?
Yeah, I don't think we hear you.
That was weird. That was strange. Anyway, I want to thank everybody for joining me. We're lucky to have anybody and everybody here. We have the best chat. And all the options you have, you spend time with us. I can't reiterate that enough. How touching and flattering and humbling that is, if those are the words. I want to, A. Smith, welcome, sir. Thank you for all your kind words. Frank the Tank, John O'Reilly. We got our legalese expert here. Always great to see him. Autobot. Even though we don't have Sarah, Joni, do you care to comment on Damian Lillard going to Milwaukee?
I have no idea because I don't know anything about sports.
I know.
Of any sort.
That's okay. She says she's going to study up on Milwaukee Bucks and Trailblazer history, and she's going to get back to us next week on that. Kaula, welcome. Always great to see you. Happy Friday, Isabeau. Let's go Orioles. Let's get a Baltimore Orioles World. Nothing would make me happier than a Baltimore Orioles World Series. Great to see you. Hope you all stick around. Pellel Hooper, welcome, sir. Before I lose this, because of it's such a pain in the ass with PDF and writing books, and so I go through this all the time. So I put it up in advance, and I want to just give because Kathy actually has a little correspondence going with Lorianne Allison, Johnny Depp's first wife in the early 80s. They were married for 15 months. This is the history. Subi Sue, welcome. And thank you. You sweet soul, mensch you. Thank you. We love you too.
Subi Sue is my new buddy.
Oh, good. That's what I love about this chat is you can create friendships.
We meet on other sites.
Oh, what other site? Kathy, what other site?
Was it Tugs?
Former Correctional Louisiana Correctional Officers.com.
No.
Is it a Depp site?
Kathy,
no, it's another creator on YouTube.
While I have you here, the next time I want to do it when Sarah's on, and possibly David or Bon Jovi or something. I want to go over your Louisiana, the prison documentary from what it's called, Finola.
I don't know. You watched it. You told me about it.
No, what's the title of it? Because you have it all time-stamped that how it relates to your life.
I've got it written down.
Yeah, you have it all. You sent me those great timestamps. I don't have it here with me. So when Sarah's here, we're going to go over it. I don't want to do it without her. I think she's really interested in it.
Did you look at it?
I did. We'll go over we'll just jump to your timestamps and you can explain.
Did you see the difference in how I said I was raised?
Oh, it's crazy. I've never heard of anything like that in my life. I thought if you wrote a movie, you wouldn't believe that you could be raised on that campus. You know what I mean? Like, who would believe that? By the way, Kathy, before I I'll stay on this. If Roman Polanski was in your prison, what would happen to him? What would happen to Roman Polanski in an American prison system?
He better not drop the soap.
That should be his next movie. Better not drop the soap too. He's so here I have Nicolas Cage. This is a book that our Johnny Bye Bye got me by a guy named Brian Robb. Anyway, so I skipped right ahead to the Depp part. I think it's 40 something pages in. And this is how he frames, and I guess this guy did extensive research on Nicolas Cage, and this is how it relates to Johnny Depp's first ex-wife. It's never really explained clearly. We always get it in blurbs and sound bites. So this is how he writes it out. And I want to assume he did extensive research. So here we go. With Birdie, Nicolas Cage finally fulfilled some of the serious promise he had shown in Rumblefish. But off screen, he was still determined to play hard. One of his off screen pals was a young would be rock star called Johnny Depp. Depp had been married to guitarist Lori Ann Allison. Hey, Kathy, to what extent did Lori Ann Allison play guitar?
She has guitars in her house.
We can assume she's probably pretty good, but we just don't hear about that.
I think she went more into the makeup and stuff in the.
I want you to ask her about her
world.
music career. I want you to ask her about her music and how far it went, because it never comes up. It comes up here, and I don't doubt it. But
can I just posit an opinion? It's just pre-Bangles, isn't it? So like like the Joan Jett thing was tapering off, but the Bangles hadn't taken off.
Yes, Joni, good stuff. Yes.
So it's probably one of those things that she was just not in the right place at the right time, type of thing.
Or like the Go-Go's and Belinda Carlisle, that kind of. You're absolutely right. There was a whole. Well, I think Chrissie Hynde, right, is the template for that from The Pretenders. Isn't she like the ultimate female front broad?
Yeah. But again, she's not an all-girl. It's not the Pretenders isn't an all-girl band, and that's what I'm thinking of.
No, I don't know why they didn't use her as a singer. If that maybe she can't sing. I always assume broads can sing. Maybe she can't sing.
I would assume that her being around Bruce Wicken's mama.
Yes.
That probably maybe somewhere in there.
Yeah, I just want to know. I think that whole time back there in the early '80s is fascinating. And then
I told you she left and went to California while they were still playing in Florida.
Yep, and that's what I think people realize. She's the reason he came out there. They all came out there.
Exactly.
Yep, he doesn't get nearly enough credit for it. I mean, he just really isn't going out there without her paving the way. But they were divorced after just over a year together. Allison.
They were.
I'm reading this.
They remained such good friends. She hooked him up with all them people.
Yep. It's a master class on how to stay friends with your ex, isn't it? Yep. I mean, I've never seen a better example of that. Allison had just begun going out with an up-and-coming actor, 20-year-old Nicolas Cage. Surprisingly, Cage and Depp then became friends, and the pair would spend many evenings together in drinking dens of the Sunset Strip. It was a difficult time to make friends, Nicolas Cage admitted of his early years as a working actor. I met Johnny Depp playing Monopoly in a club. I had been seeing his ex-girlfriend, so this is Lori Allison, just after at first we didn't like each other. But then we did, and I told him he should be an actor. Depp had come to Los Angeles with his band, The Kids, hoping to make it big in the music world, but he was going nowhere fast. Did Nicolas Cage really say that? Or did the editorial? I would love to see who really said that. Hanging out with Nick, a change of direction was proposed for Depp. I always thought it would be cool to act, claimed Depp. But it was my friend Nicolas Cage who tried to talk me into giving it a go. I was walking down Melrose Avenue looking for a job when I bumped into Nicolas Cage and his agent. 3 days later, I met with Wes Craven. As a result, Nick's encouragement, Depp went up for an audition for one of the leading teen roles in a proposed stalk and slash chiller named Nightmare on Elm Street. He won the part and made such an impact that he went on to build a successful career as a distinctive and individualistic actor. The relationship between Lori Allison and Nicolas Cage didn't even last as long as her year with Depp. Nicholas was young and enjoying the fruits of his success in movies, and he found. Where did I just skip up? I'm sorry. It's always. Give me a second to get my bearings here. And he found it easy to strike up relationships of varying lengths with a variety of women. Among them were Amy Dolenz, daughter of 60s pop star Mickey Dolenz of the Monkees, and one-time TV presenter Samantha Just. However, it was a young actress named Jenny Wright who tamed his developing wild side, at least for a while. She had featured in the daytime soap opera General Hospital and later won parts in Young Guns 2 and cyber thriller Lawnmower Man. So that's it for Depp in the book. and that's how it went. Anybody? It's amazing how fast Depp would go. Like the second he meets his agent, he's getting, in my opinion, really a male lead key role in my opinion, the best horror movie in history. Would you not agree with that?
I would.
I mean, it's all arbitrary, right? I mean, the way that was shot in 1984. Hey, there's Sarah. Welcome, Miss Sarah.
Arm, I did watch it recently. There is it. I don't know if it holds up 100%. Like that's just my opinion. It does have that 80s look to it sometimes.
That's why we're here, Judy, to have your opinion.
Yeah, no, I get it. It has that 80, totally. It has that 80s like in the factory. There's like smoke and like colored lights. It just is a little bit of like a music video. It felt like, but
I don't think you realize how. Maybe you do. How shitty the budget was for that movie.
No, I didn't. Do you know what it was roughly?
Does anybody remember? I thought I heard $55,000. I don't know why that rings in my head. Because I just recently watched a documentary for it, and it was crazy low how they were able to get it made. The profit was insane. I would think it's almost like, do you remember the movie with the flashlights in the dark and it made like 9 figures? What the hell is it called?
Blair Witch. I've never seen
right.
I refuse to see it.
It did that kind of profit. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like no money at all, and it went crazy because of just that's how you get like good people on it, and the Freddy Krueger concept and the claws and the sweater and the whole thing. It was something about that, and the way things felt in the grimy early 80s, right? With the way the cinematography was and the way everything was set, you were genuinely scared. And I thought Heather Langenkamp was brilliant in that movie. Like genuinely a badass.
Yeah. When we were kids, yeah, that was horrifying. And like you're right, he's obviously one of the most famous horror characters in history, and the movie was huge, and yeah, it could be in the top 10, and it just made me think also then like the 1-2 punch with Platoon. He's in these huge movies like right off the bat.
There he is now. That's Freddy Krueger. That's a Freddy Krueger prank.
Yeah, exactly. Hello.
No, Mom, I'm at the airport. I'm over at Ron's house. No, I can't hear. We got to go. Rod's outside.
But yeah, he was in these 1-2 punch of this and Platoon. He was already like in the stratosphere immediately.
Whatchamacallit, I heard these rumors that whatchamacallit from Bad News Bears, Kelly Leach, went to the audition with him for Nightmare on Elm Street. What is his name again? God damn it. I always forget. He's one of those actors, like I forget.
Bad News Bears?
Yeah.
Not Haley.
Kelly.
Oh, Kelly.
Yeah. No, I think you're. It's a 3-word.
Haley Joe.
Jackie Earl Haley.
Yeah, from like Watchmen. Yeah.
Thank you, Autobot. Yes. And he played Rorschach in Watchmen. So, supposedly, somehow, Depp formed a friendship with him, and he ended up going on that. That's a rumor. It's not been substantiated by anybody. I just heard that rumor 100 times. That somehow he was up for it.
Depp forms a friendship with everybody.
Oh no, you're right. And then obviously he played Freddy Krueger 20 or 30 years later. You're totally right. Yeah, I read that too.
Was it the television series that he played Freddy?
Oh,
there was a syndicated TV. If you're for like a Generation X kid and you had like a sleepover at your house.
It was on Channel 9, right?
Right. It was one of those things they play really late at night on a Friday night.
And Freddy was on every like 10 he was on one out of every like 5 to 10 episodes.
Yes.
I remember.
Yes. Apparently it's very well done.
It was like a Tales from the Dark Side kind of.
Yes, exactly right.
I was just looking up something today, and it was really interesting that I was looking up Al Pacino versus Johnny Depp, and Johnny Depp just movies has done 20 more movies than Al Pacino.
Really?
Right? Yeah.
In terms of money, or
no, just the amount of acting in movies. He's been in 20 more movies.
Oh yeah, Pacino's never in stuff.
Yeah,
he does.
Like, if you did 6 Degrees of Depp, I mean, they go on about Kevin Bacon, but if you did, because typing is hard to get over. Last week I was talking about like how Johnny Depp has probably kissed about 2/3 of the people in Hollywood.
Yeah,
probably more.
Exactly, and the people who didn't get to be kissed by him are so jealous that they probably tried to take him down. So but it doesn't come over on typing. Like, I wasn't being literal, but it's just he's that good. Like you were saying, he's that good of a networker.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's more like, if he wasn't as good as an actor as he has been, just the good looking alone would get him through anyway.
As Sarah and I were saying a million times during the trial, one of this is what I really feel strongly about. Maybe his greatest superpower, that he's so people have such strong memories of him on set, and he sets such a tone as first on the call sheet as the A-lister that runs. He gets the run of the place, and from the key grips all the way to the executive producers, everybody has fond memories of him on these sets. So when he needs a favor from them, it really was constituted of having spies on all these sets. So when he's getting reports from his moles that AH is cheating with James Franco and Billy Bob Thornton, they're right. Because I think he's made so much goodwill over the years on these sets that anybody will do anything for him. And they really think, oh, well, that's the way it's done. If you have he sets a tone, and you have Ed Norton on the other extreme, supposedly the biggest diva, prickly asshole you could ever work with. And I've heard the same thing about DiCaprio. And then Depp is the other side of it. And so all these people, when you call on them to help you out, like say in a trial setting as a witness, they'll do whatever he has to do.
That's
would
like
agree.
him.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Kathy, you go first. Then Johnny
That's like him going out and buying the raincoats or the coats for everybody on the set.
Yes.
What was it? One of the pirate movies?
That and Benny and June, he did that too, because it rained up in Washington.
I mean, he does it for everybody on the set. And
right.
On the Pirates, at the end of the Pirates, he has every one of them the special ring made.
Now it's not if you worked in movies, right? And you didn't do, you would hold on to that memory for a very long time, right? You're not gonna replace that with much. You're gonna be like, you're gonna never forget that he did that, and then.
But I think that comes down to the given person he is.
Right.
But then sometimes you read also, like I saw today that Cate Blanchett threw a party for Amber Heard after the libel case, and she was with Cate Blanchett was in the Man Who Cried, and I was like, there are a couple of people sometimes, for whatever reason, he doesn't get along with, maybe, right?
Good call. No, you're not going to get along with everybody, and there's some real feminazis that will not back off on that abuse thing, and maybe they're reading stuff that there's things you could read about that with her that could be construed as abuse, that could turn someone off. The slamming he did of Vanessa that got out there, that's not cool. I could see like a Cate Blanchett going, oh, you the French albatross, really? I got her back. So you're not going to please everybody.
And I guess one of the first movies we're going to do is Fear and Loathing, and Ellen Barkin was literally in that movie for 2 minutes, and it's like she was one of the major people on the trial.
He had dated her before that.
Oh, really? It was before?
Yeah, there was. I remember reading. I'm crazy. I used to read every single magazine, and there were, Us Magazine and Entertainment Weekly and all these things. They would have like a gossip, like a picture gallery of stuff that they pack. And I remember seeing Depp going to movie premieres with Ellen Barkin and predating that by like 3 years. Like, what is going on here? What is this? They were not a couple. They were not, and that it turns out they were just F buddies. She was like his sort of MILF, F buddy.
We're not all fools to think that he's just this perfect person.
No, you're not, Kathy. You're not. You're your own. You are an independent thinker, and that's why we like you. We love you on here.
And he does. There's, I'm sure, things he's done that nobody's heard about.
No. Every like 2 weeks is another thing. I mean, somebody slips something out, and they just keep. I thought I knew it all until I read some of these unsealed. I'm like, whoa!
Didn't you say like Michael Madsen maybe doesn't like him? There's like out of every maybe 20 people or 30 people, maybe one guy or gal, right?
Well, I got a clip. That's funny you say that. I have one because we're gonna probably get to the astronaut's wife. I have a clip of Charlize Theron doesn't like him.
Oh no!
Yeah, you got to hear this. She was on Bill Simmons's podcast a few years ago, and he's going through her filmography. And he's like, the astronaut's wife. Do you like Johnny Depp? Tell us about Johnny Depp. And she's got into this weird mode and this crazy story about how she was. It's so vague. You got to listen. You guys have to listen to this. It's so weird.
But then
I love your interpretation of it.
But you're right. And then, like, sometimes on the DVD extras, like you see Dustin Hoffman gush about him, or Kate Winslet, so that maybe for every 100 people who love him, there's one, sour person or whatever.
Yeah, because you're not going to get around. I mean, how many people are on a set, or like on a big movie? It's what, 500 or 600 people.
You're right.
Totally.
By the time you've done extras and everything, I mean, you walk in, it's like going to an office and you work there, or wherever you work. There's people you're going to be office husband, office wife.
That's
with.
right.
And there's people who are like, you go in, you try not to kill them, and you go home. Not that I'm. What was I? Because I rewatched Sweeney Todd recently, and it's just the one line out of it. It's like goes in my head when I'm dealing with difficult people. There will be vengeance.
No, but you're right. It's like since he was 18, he can't. Every street he walks down, he's told he's a god every second of the day. So it's like, it's tough. I'm sure. I mean, I'm not saying like boohoo Johnny Depp, but like.
No, but there is a bit of a mafioso boss about him. I'm sorry, like, because I couldn't watch the trial live. It was a bit too triggering for me at the time for various reasons. I've literally spent the last 6 to 8 weeks immersed in the trial with everything, all the analysis. I mean, literally.
Wait. The last 6 to 8 weeks, or when it happened?
No, the last 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay.
I've literally just deep dived into all the analysis. I'd say I've put in about 200 hours or so.
Hopefully you're doing it on our channel.
Some of it I've gone all over because I just want to have like all the bits and pieces, and it's just like and listening to interviews with what's his friend Josh Richman, is it?
Yeah, Josh. Well, Josh Richman was not. He was with him the whole time. We talked about Beachy before we went on. He was. You really got to focus. You really have to focus, because he's with him and he's very much incognito. So he's got his sunglasses on. He's always wearing that wigger hat pulled down, and you can't tell it's him. I had not seen him since Ronnie Seabach, for Christ's sake. So he had a beard and everything.
Yeah, no. I caught a full-length interview with him with somebody else who was also on the scene in Hollywood at the time they all started off, and he was there for the first week and he was there for the last week, and he was there in London, not in London, it was actually in the south of England, when they heard the thing coming through with what's his name, Jeff Beck, and when his small posse of friends were there when the verdict came through.
Oh, that's on our channel, Joni.
Yeah, that's
that's on it. He has some wigger friend of his named Ben Baller, and I guess the guy's like a sports collectibles friend.
Yeah,
and it was
Ben Baller. I was on Ben Baller's channel, and then I saw it on yours because I've been hopping around like with but the very funny thing about it was it comes up that Johnny actually has contacts in the LAPD.
Oh yeah, that's Sean Bett. And Mark Gibbs are all everyone. They're all retired detectives. They all have.
No, I know they're retired, but the inference was that he actually knows the people who are currently working there.
Oh well, you would, because they would be retired and they would have maintained friendships.
Yeah,
like if Sean Bett retired, say, what do you guys think? What, about 5 years ago, maybe? You don't think? I mean, he obviously has friends he started out with that are still there that do favors. That's how that works. I mean.
Yeah,
you work somewhere and you retire, you're gonna still have friends. My sister and brother-in-law are retired school teachers, and they have major friends that are all still.
Yeah, no, I got it's more than a friendship in that he's got a hotline to the guy, like the not the sergeants, but whoever's above the sergeants and stuff. Like I there was just this inference because there was somebody about being mayor or something, and I didn't quite get that because there was a lot of information going through. But I just thought, yeah, you see, like having dealt with people like Amber, because they're so self-centered, they don't realize people have connections.
Right.
And,
right.
You have those, you know, everybody has connections, and when you're in 40 years in one place, you have connections regardless.
I mean, she should know just off the fact Captain Fuller's still hanging around, right? You make a call to Captain Fuller, he'll pull strings. You know, this is Donnie Brasco, for Christ's sake.
It's like,
we're not. Sarah's in the chat here. Sarah says she's packing a house. I can't be there. Yeah, Sarah, we're gonna save Kathy Scott's Louisiana prison tour. I know you like real estate porn, and we're gonna watch it. She's gonna tell us about her history, which is crazy. That someone could live that life. But we'll wait. We're saving it for you because I know you love Schadenfreude and Prison Freud. John Pellel writes, thought Blair Witch was a real documentary and I was a grown man running around the bed after I shut the lights off. That was the appeal of it, right? I didn't even see it, but I know what it is. Sarah Broken. Jackie Earle, I'm just going through the chat here. We are picking up some ex-father-in-law's properties. Sarah says, please donate if you can. Our many options. We are almost good to our goal. Yeah. Go, Johnny.
No, I was just saying, yay, you're almost at your goal.
Yeah, you know, you try. We're lucky to have anybody with all the options we have now on TV and the internet. We're lucky that, but I think there's nothing like this on in all the Depp community, right? Because between the knowledge and the transparency, we don't kiss ass. We're not bought and paid for. We call it like we see it, right, guys? I mean, we know the hucksters and the con men that are out there who just became fans during Fairfax. We don't have time or room for that in our lives. Those posers, right? Right, guys?
Definitely.
Right.
Pellel, thank you, sir. Yes, YouTube's 30% should be free and clear. Now that I have some, that's it. Now that's you thought Tracy Jacobs is ruthless. YouTube is Tracy Jacobs times 3, guys. With their take. Amber's 4 skull rings. Says A. Smith. It always rains up here. Arm mentally. Christina Ricci and the Man Who Cried. Yeah, Christina Ricci is a really interesting descent on Depp. It's very vague, but you do get the sense that hell hath no fury as a Ricci scorned. My theory is that they had a tryst on the Man Who Cried, and he didn't call her back.
And she was also in Fear and Loathing and
Sleepy Hollow.
Sleepy Hollow. So yeah, I guess when did it start and when did it end? We don't know.
She's a year older than me, and I've just turned 41, and he was 40 in Sleepy Hollow, give or take, and she was 20 something.
That's
actually
20.
She was 18.
24 years ago? Is that no? Wait.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy, guys? Sleepy Hollow is 24 years ago.
No,
isn't that crazy?
If he wasn't as young looking as he was, that wouldn't have swung.
Joni, you're so right about that. Isn't it seem like that when a guy is?
Thank you, Autobot.
No, you're right. I mean, it seems like we give the Winona Ryder thing a pass. She was 17 when they met. And we just like, if I were in high school, right, and you dated someone, so let's say I'm a senior in high school, and you dated someone in 10th grade, do you know how crazy that was? How scandalous that was, like in a small school? Now, if you had a girl in your school and she was dating someone in college, that was crazy. It was crazy scandalous. Now, picture a 17-year-old senior or junior in high school dating someone 26. What level of civilian life does that fly besides Hollywood? It doesn't sound ridiculous, but in regular civilian life, it is crazy to think that.
Even in my grandparents' time, there's about 10 years. There was 10 years between one set of grandparents and 15 between the other set, but that was normal in the 50s in Ireland.
Right.
Where I'm from, if you had land, it was closer together because there was something to marry into. But like it's a 20-year age gap. But it's a thing. It's a thing that swings when the guy is powerful as well. But in Sleepy Hollow, I give it a bit of a pass just because they're in the 18th century and that was normal back then as well. So from a historical point of view, yeah, but like when you bring it to Pirates of the Caribbean and you have Keira Knightley is 17 and he's in his mid-40s.
Pirates 1, he is almost 40.
He's almost 40.
Pirates came out in 2003. He's born in 1963, so they filmed it in. He's about 39, 40.
He's 39. Okay.
Yeah.
So he was 36 and she was 19 in Sleepy Hollow. Okay, so that's it's still half his age.
It's funny. It's starting to leak out. It's starting to leak out that he had something going on with Keira Knightley now, which I didn't really buy into initially.
And the thing is, in UK, the age of consent is 16.
Okay.
Yeah. And one thing I was looking up as well, Vanessa dated a 25-year-old a 26-year-old when she was 15 as well.
Yeah, that's how it normalized the Lily Rose thing in the Eastern Columbia building. I mean, that's how they'll rationalize it away. But there's nothing about it. I think we'll all agree.
No, it's wrong.
Absolutely, no question about it. I think we'll all agree that at the very youngest, the universal age of consent should be no younger than 18 in every state. If you're even looking at that, there's something wrong with you. That ever see these creeps who know the age of consent in every state?
Yeah,
I don't know anyone like that.
What Anthony Cumia?
Oh yeah.
I remember doing a little thing on the guy who wrote Great Balls of Fire, Jerry Lee Lewis, married his cousin at 14.
And that's who went to the premiere for that?
Joni? Yeah, sorry.
Who went to the movie premiere to see that? Depp and Winona Ryder.
Mm-hmm. But
that's true.
No, I agree. There's certain laws that are called Romeo and Juliet laws, so that when there's statutory rape,
nicely said.
If you're both 15 or both 16, it's grand. They don't prosecute. The issue is when there's a big age gap, and to be honest, the age of consent in a lot of the European countries that is low. It's 14 in the Netherlands, it's 15 in France. Most people don't actually get into sexual relationships until they're 18, 19.
I can't get into the mind frame of what that's like to always be in the the Polanski mindset. It's really, really
that's a whole other thing. Ugh.
You're hoping that the court of public opinion castigates you if they don't, right? You're hoping that, oh, this guy's a creep. And I hope, it's one of the things that Hollywood galvanizes, and it's really crazy. It's amazing what some people have gotten away with and continue to get away with. Autobots digging the Irish accent, and I think you're speaking for everybody, Autobot. That is a given. Josh Foster says nothing more demoralizing than getting a mediocre pizza from a usually good place. It is, Josh. That's why you should not accept it. Bring it back. You have so many options in that tri-state area. We have no tolerance for mediocre pizza, right? Right, Judy? There's no better pizza than Syosset.
Yeah, right. No, there's a pizza place on every block. Totally, you can just go to the next one.
Yep. Never accept mediocrity when it comes to pizza. There's no better pizza than in Ireland, and there's no better. Joni said that her favorite, if she's going to come to America, she's only going to Syosset and never going to leave. Flamered and Miss Sarah is the best. Ellen Barkin was my MILF lust too, says Josh Foster. I'm starting to like this Depp fellow. Oh God, so I never crushed on Ellen Barkin. I never really got it. I like her sassy chip on her shoulder, and she's great. And if you ever get a chance to watch Animal Kingdom, it's about a crime family. It's like, the way I would describe this show is if you combined Point Break, now Depp was supposed to do the Keanu Reeves role and didn't, for Catherine Bigelow, and Sons of Anarchy, and you put them together. That's what that show is. And I think a future show we'll do is we come to the table we bring our favorite TV series currently, and there's a zillion of them, that we think Depp would have been great in if he started. Right now I'm watching a show called and it's endless with me. I'm always with Depp on the brain. I'm watching a show called Justified. Do you guys know this?
Yeah, you've mentioned it. Yeah, it's been a couple months, right?
I just started. I just started a couple weeks ago. I think I might have mentioned another show. This show is a guy named Timothy Oliphant. who looks like Josh Duhamel.
Is Rappaport in that show too?
No, not yet. Okay. Anyway, not yet. I'm only on season 2. And he's like a U.S. Marshal, and it's very clever and it's well done. It's set in his home of Kentucky, by Owensboro, so that would be good. And it's just it's the most similar to his character would be Agent Sands in Once Upon a Time in Mexico. That's I could see him being in this. I really could.
So he's kind of quirky and stuff.
He's kind of quirky. He's certainly got a good strong. He's a great shot. He's a little flawed. He's divorced, but he's always on the right side of things. It's just really good writing. And I didn't think I was going to like it because I don't like Western stuff. And it's set in modern day, and it's just really good. I'm surprised I'm still with it because I don't like cowboys and Indian stuff. And it's not. It's like I said. It's unconventional because it's set in modern day. So it's not what I thought. It's better than. I don't like the title. The title threw me off. The title's stupid. Sometimes the networks make them use a title and they shouldn't. The title is. The pilot or the first 2 episodes, he kept saying he would shoot somebody, and if they pulled first, as it was, and as a U.S. Marshal, and he would go, that was justified. And he said it a couple times, and so they use it as a title of the show, and he hasn't said it since in 2 seasons.
And it takes place in present day, right?
It's the first year that it came out was 2010.
Okay.
So it isn't. It's that present day, right? So it's set in modern time from when it came out. It's set in Kentucky, 2010, and it's about 6 seasons.
Could you kind of say Western, but it's like a modern, I guess, take on it or something, right?
Yeah. He's got this like cowboy fetish.
Oh, okay.
You know, he's fighting in a normal, regular, law. It's modern day, but he just wears a cowboy hat, and he wears a cowboy hat to empower him to feel like a badass as a U.S. Marshal. It's not as corny as you think. Like, it actually works.
And I know you've brought up this movie a bunch of times. Do you think he was good in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Mexico.
No. Timothy Oliphant. You said.
Yeah. He's in that.
Yeah, he plays. He's like works for the TV show or whatever.
I need to watch it again.
Yeah.
Because I love that movie, and I didn't realize he was in it. Luke Perry's in that movie.
Yeah, I think they have scenes together.
And Luke Perry's son was in Justified.
Oh, really? They must be buddies.
I guess when I was watching him, I could see Luke Perry doing this. Because he has that like little Southern twang, the little Midwestern twang in his voice, and he played Lane Frost in 8 Seconds. That's crazy. I need to watch that movie. It's so good. Did you guys like that? Did you watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Yeah, I think it's incredible. I do.
Polanski is in it, for Christ's sake. The whole Sharon Tate thing, and Tarantino's obsessed with them, and Brad Pitt plays like you guys ever watch I don't think Joni might have seen this. It's The Fall Guy with Colt Seavers and Lee Majors and Heather Thomas and stuff.
Totally.
Okay. He basically plays Colt Seavers in the movie. He's a stunt man who's aging, and he's not working a lot, and he's doing stuff, and he's kind of like a savant, and that's Brad Pitt's character.
I've kind of said this to people. Tell me, you might agree, is that if I can make sense, this move, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, is about how Quentin Tarantino loves Hollywood history so much that he wishes that he could like go back in time and like save what's her name, Sharon Tate.
Yeah, Sharon Tate.
And like I think he believes that this might be controversial, but I believe he could like save Polanski too or something like that.
No, he definitely does. His idolatry for these filmmakers. He gives them a pass at all costs, no matter what he did. Tarantino loves everything Polanski does, and he just completely dismisses. I played that clip of him on Howard ridiculously defending him. He just sounded pathetic. He sounded like a blithering fanboy who has no morals.
Digging his own grave with a giant shovel. I'm sorry.
I think everyone could say like they wish the Manson murders never happened, and I think that's where he's coming from. The world would be a different place potentially, or something like that.
John O'Reilly says, and there's no more Irish than John O'Reilly, JOR. Irish males notoriously marry at older ages. I didn't know that. Is that true, Joni?
Yeah, the idea of getting married right out of high school is like alien here. no, even if you have high school sweethearts, we call it secondary school, you wouldn't be getting married until your mid-30s. At the moment, the average age is like 32 to get married.
Oh, okay.
That sounds
and
good.
Divorce was illegal until 1996.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Because Catholic Ireland. The idea of people do get divorced and they throw divorce parties. We've only brought in the law for like short divorces, so you had to be separated for 10 years before you could file for divorce.
Jesus, I didn't know any of that.
Like my parents were first to get a divorce, like in our county yearly when the law changed in '96. So that was kind of weird. But the thing about multiple marriages is still a very alien thing here. So when we look at America and people get married multiple times, we go like, oh, that's a bit strange, because it's still very much marriages for life.
Yeah, the divorce rate in America is 60% or something, guys. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
My brother-in-law and sister have been married now 35 years, which is like unprecedented in New York. So when they do celebrate like a milestone, it's a really big deal because it's really tough to stay together that long.
But and then on the flip side, I mean, like most of my friends' parents are. So my parents would be married in 1980. So, like most of my friends' parents would be well over 40 years married at this point.
Sarah's parents went 50 years just recently.
Fair play. Autobot, oh my God. Fair play. Cougar territory there, guy.
Autobot says, right. So, well, Autobot, we'll talk about bringing it back to Depp. Think about him, right? He goes from Lori Allison, who is 5 years older than him, right? Then he goes to Sherilyn Fenn, and we'll just kind of keep her in the middle. Then he goes to Jennifer Grey, who's also 3 years older than him, and then back to Winona Ryder, who's 9 years younger than him. Right? Jennifer Grey and Winona Ryder are 11 years apart, and that's what he dates in between. Isn't that crazy?
And Vanessa was 9 years younger than him too.
Right, that wasn't. They're not age appropriate. You know, it's not that they're age appropriate, but like 9 years younger is pretty significant. And they look at he thinks they're peers. They're not. She's 9 years younger than he is.
And this is just a little thing. I'm not excusing it, but he started young as well, didn't he? Was playing in bands from the age of 15.
Well, yeah, I mean, arguably, like, depends what you consider a band, but yeah, he was playing probably. We'll call it 15.
He was employed in the adult sphere at age 15 when you're just like. So I think his idea of kind of age appropriate could be skewed in that way.
And every dinosaur rocker he hangs out with has that bragging about that's all those guys did is brag about, you know, jailbait. What do you think the term jailbait came from? They're bragging about it, right? That's all from that dinosaur rock lifestyle. They're bragging about it.
I'm just saying in the DVD extras of Finding Neverland, Dustin Hoffman, he says that in person Johnny Depp looks like 20 years younger than he really is. I mean,
oh, and in Finding Neverland, like in the first from 2000 to 2011, he would pass for at least 10 years younger.
I think he's aged significantly, like in the last 10 years. I don't know if I buy that anymore. There was a time when you would say that, but if you look at like,
no, he looks.
That's why I cut it off 2011, maybe 2015. But basically, dealing with Amber Heard aged him.
Oh yeah, for sure,
definitely. That's a great quote by you, Judy. That Dustin Hoffman quote. Oddly enough, Roman Polanski said the same thing.
Oh really?
He shook his hand. Yeah, he said when I shook his hand, I felt like I was shaking that. This is so creepy. Just anything quote from him. When I shook his hand, I felt like I was shaking the hand of a teenage boy, and he was 35, I think, when they met.
He just has 34. Good genes.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to play this for Arm humble bragging that he knows Blair Witch from. How was that brag?
He didn't. I
didn't know what it was. How was that humble bragging? I didn't even know what it was.
I don't want to see that movie either.
That's the weirdest comment by Fuji Vice by Brendan. How is it bragging if I don't know what it is? I didn't know the title. I forgot the title. Over the Edge by LA Guns works so well in Point Break. Holy crap, Josh! Getting back to last week's discussion, that's on the soundtrack. I don't remember that. I can't wait. Point Break is. I kind of wish Depp took it. Those are the years those are the weird years with Depp where he was like in limbo. He didn't do anything. There's in between Scissorhands and Benny and June is a weird time for his career, and that's where Point Break was.
I by the way, I've said this. Like, I just off the topic is like Patrick Swayze. He used to be huge, and it's like he's just completely forgotten now. I feel like
he's dead.
Yeah, but like in the Hollywood legends, I mean, I just think he just like vanished from that kind of.
I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. I think he probably does deserve more credit for the range in his career. That's a really. I'd never heard anybody say that. That's why you're so great, Judy. Thoughts and comments like that. Judy Tanunu thinks Patrick Swayze is an underrated Hollywood legend and deserves more credit for the range of films that he did. I think you're right about that. He's in a ton of iconic stuff, and he's a phenomenal athlete, by the way, in terms of like when you give him something physical to do. There's almost nothing you can throw at him physically that he can't pull off. When you watch Point Break, you're like, oh, wow, that's...
but we're all old enough, I guess, that even we remember, like, Meg Ryan used to be the biggest thing, and now no one knows her name anymore. You know, there's so many people that just don't continue there.
I think if Swayze lived, he would have probably done, like, an elder statesman role that would have got him, like, an Oscar, like, where he's playing, like, some old wise thing. I think maybe the best role wasn't even written for him yet.
Yeah,
you know
what I mean? You never knew what you was going to see Swayze in.
No, he was he took a lot. I say risks that he just would kind of throw himself into something physically. Like, people have fond memories of the movies he's been in, whether it's Ghost or Dirty Dance. For me, I love Point Break. That's a real guilty pleasure of mine. I know it's not a masterpiece, but I don't know anyone from Generation X that doesn't love Point Break.
Oh, I kill my husband with Dirty Dancing all the time.
Sarah would have Dirty Dancing sleepover parties where they would just watch the damn thing all night. All those broads did. All those.
To me, when he's on stage with her doing that last dance, there is just a look he gives to her that just looks so real, and I don't think a man in this world could give that look.
He's got great charisma, no doubt about it. I would love to know if Depp ever met him, because I have no knowledge of them ever being in the same room together while Jennifer Grey is dating him.
But he definitely had some clunkers. That's maybe why,
Oh, totally. Everybody's got shit.
Everyone makes fun of Roadhouse or whatever,
It was for the time. Like, everything was cheesy back then.
Yeah, 80s. Totally.
Everything's cheesy in those years.
Shit. Ghost, that was huge.
You know who's in Roadhouse? The guy who played Ken Carver in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. I think he owned the bar, or he was like I watched Roadhouse like 2 years ago. Oh my God, that's Ken Carver. Josh.
I didn't know that Red on Roadhouse was one of Elvis Presley's bodyguards.
Oh, Sarah knows that. I didn't know that either.
My husband just told me that last week.
I didn't know that either. Sarah knows everything about Elvis. Josh Foster says, I wonder how most people would get married if the concept of divorce didn't even exist. Count me out. That's a great question, Josh. And how about the divorce attorneys in Ireland, right? When as soon as that law got passed, they all pounced on that as the thing to do. Like, they didn't exist. Like, I'm going to do that now. They make divorce attorneys.
Ironically, pre-Christian Ireland had three separate types of marriages and 7 ways of 7 grounds for men and for women for divorce to happen. And then once Catholicism took over, you took divorce out of the question. So we had 1,000 years where we didn't have the choice. But it's interesting. It's like, I think across the board, and sorry, I'm not being overly critical of American culture. It's just
that's okay. That's okay. That's what we do on here. You're allowed to be.
I think men and women and teenagers need way more grounding in what builds a healthy relationship. And I know I agree
100%. I agree.
So that's it. And Johnny Depp definitely needs a bit of grounding in that. Oh my God. Anyway.
I agree 100%. Hey, Joni, can we get, because I know Kathy will capitulate. She's done it before. Can we get a I hate men from you?
I I hate men.
Just say it like in true Sinead O'Connor. Just bitter. Just say I hate men.
I hate men.
Kathy, gonna hate men.
Do her accent. She's from a posh part of Dublin, and I'm basically from Kentucky, and she's from kind of New York.
Kathy, can I get a hate? I hate men.
I hate men.
Oh God, I never get enough of that. Depp doesn't see
I've dealt
ages.
with too many.
Depp doesn't see ages, says Kawa. I don't know about. Do you think he sees ages? Do you think he's like you look at someone and I just you are eternally this Peter Pan complex and you never think about it. I think everybody does think.
Arm, according to Howard, the film set's an aphrodisiac.
Look, I don't believe every girl you date, you fall in love with and got to get engaged to. Depp has been engaged more times.
Well, he's like nervous if he doesn't put his stamp on it. He wants like ownership of it, that it won't be there, or he has this this old school romanticism of it all. There was this joke.
He's just full of shit. That's all.
I agree. I agree every way in that. I couldn't agree more. Everything in Ireland and the Catholic Church changed when the Bishop Eamon Casey and Annie Murphy came into
so the bishop had an affair with his housekeeper for like over 30 years, and she had to put their illegitimate son up for adoption. And when that broke in the early 90s, it was followed by all the alleged abuse scandals in the Catholic Church in Ireland, which snowballed into Boston and all that stuff that went on in the Catholic community in Boston, and all the abuse across the Catholic world. So yeah, that was like a huge turning point in Irish culture. He's right there.
Joni, do you know the college Notre Dame?
I do indeed. Yes.
In America.
Yeah.
In Indiana. We were saying this too. It's the only college in all of that can recruit students and athletes based on religion and ethnicity.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the black schools. I'm talking about like white. It would be like if there was a school, Judy, and if Brooklyn Brooklyn, what's the school in Brooklyn oh God. Not Brooklyn Tech,
Bronx Science.
Is it just Brooklyn University?
It's not Bronx. Oh no, you said Brooklyn.
What is the damn school like right by the Brooklyn Bridge?
Oh, dance school?
No. Let's just use I don't know.
But isn't Loyola in Chicago like the same as the Catholic college?
But this particular, like this one, Judy, Joni, this one, like the Notre Dame, nationally, basically plucks every hardcore Irish Catholic as a badge of honor needs to go to Notre Dame. They could charge $180,000 a student and get away with it. It would be like if Manhattan University had called themselves the Guineas, and everyone Italian needed to go to this one school because everyone Italian or NYU called themselves the Guineas or something. It's the only school that gets off on ethnicity and Catholicism. Not even Catholicism, because we know there's the ethnicity to everyone Irish has to go to this school. It's the craziest thing. And America's filled with Irish Americans. And it is like a badge of honor to go there. You're more Irish than someone else.
Yeah, like at the time, like our main university in Ireland is called Trinity College Dublin, and it was it's still the only place when you graduate, you have to graduate under a huge portrait of Elizabeth I, and it's the only place where basically up until the 70s or early 80s, if you're Catholic and you went there, you had to get a special letter of dispensation from the Archbishop because of course the monarch of England, formerly of Ireland, is the head of their own church. So
and I'll go further with this. The school makes a killing off sports, specifically college football, which I don't. I'm an NFL fan. I don't watch college football, and they have a contract with a major network here, NBC, that they show all their games nationally on it. They could be 0-14, Joni, and their games are on national TV in prime time on Saturday night. Only because the entire country, if you're not a football fan, you're a Notre Dame fan. They get all the novices and they have this crazy fan base because they are the Irish school of America, and everyone Irish in America roots for them. And they get television contracts they don't deserve. They get people going there. They can charge 180 grand a year and get it from and people would take college loans out to do it just to consider themselves more Irish than their brother.
Do you want to hear something more mind-blowing than that, right? It was the Irish Americans that came up with the St. Patrick's Day celebration that we know today.
Wow.
It was first celebrated in Boston with the historic company of Hibernians or something. I'm sure John O'Reilly will actually connect.
He's a Hibernian aficionado.
It's the League of Ancient Hibernians or something, and then it came across to Ireland, where there's Halloween came from Ireland and went to America, and then it came back Americanized.
Hey, Judy, there's a comic book for you, right? A League of Ancient Hibernians.
Yeah, that we
Good God, DC and Marvel's got to get on. That's a
great.
We could sell it to Image and make a lot of money.
Image. That was the third.
But yeah, no, it is the Irish Americans funded, among other things, the IRA, and a lot of other things. So when I watched Crock of Gold, very recently, actually, only about 2 months ago, I got really shocked that Shane McGowan was like best friends with Gerry Adams, because I was like, ooh, and then where he's from in Tipperary, they would be very, very. Our Civil War was between the people who thought all of Ireland could be separate from Britain, and the people who thought 26 out of 32 was a good deal. Counties being free, being independent. So Shane McGowan's family are actually from a place in Tipperary where there was a lot of infighting during our Civil War, which is this year is only 100 years ago. So I think still bullshits and walls, like people still are not talking to each other because of what happened 100 years ago. So that's how raw it is, let alone the Troubles, which ended much more recently.
Depp doesn't care, Joni, as long as Shane McGowan's friends with him.
He doesn't, and he likes Limerick women, because when he's in Limerick, he sent a car. He kind of fell for a local barmaid, and then sent a car to pick her up, and she was on her night off.
What year is this?
That was that one with Marlon Brando that didn't get finished.
Okay. You know, what the hell was I going to say? Crock of Gold was the first thing I think Infinitum Nihil put their name on fully that he produced. Okay. I think it's like the first thing that he like fully produced.
Just himself, yeah, because there was I know there was a small mini one, wasn't it, on Keith, which I haven't seen, Keith Richards.
Oh, did you ever watch any of the footage of Divine Rapture?
No, I really have to get more into the documentary stuff. I've seen a lot of the kids the kids animation stuff and some of the animation stuff, and I've seen 25 of his movies and then clips of other ones, but not everything. So I'm I used to read up a lot about him, and then I went into media black hole for about 10 years, and I've emerged from that. So
okay. This is Pell writes, did you know, I don't know if you guys follow the rap game. I know Kathy's a big rap fan. They call leaving rappers call a term for leaving doing a Swayze. Isn't that crazy? A Swayze. Yeah. I did not. Thank you, Pell. I did not know that. You're the Autobot. You're the only one I know who likes the remake of Point Break. But you know what? I have not seen it, and so I can't judge it until I've seen it. I think people just hate remakes, and maybe it's better than we think it is. I've heard nothing but bad things about it, but I trust your taste implicitly, Autobot.
And Dame Judi Dench, she became big in the rap community and alternative community in England in the early 2000s. Her name became associated with being, like you say, mensch.
Right.
People were saying, "You're dench."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
And it really revitalized her among the rap crowd. But it came from a song by Robbie Williams, who was kind of going into rap at the time a little bit, and he's like, "You're dench," and it was because Dame Judi is considered like the uber actress.
Yeah.
She would have gone into acting school along with Helen Mirren and Maggie. What's her name? Dame Maggie Smith. They would have all gone in.
Judy Tenuta brought up Cate Blanchett before. It's like she is vaulted to the top of the line, I think, right now. I think she's like in that top 5 actress now, where you just see her name and you know it's going to be great. You know she's going to be nominated. You know it's going to, she's in that rarefied air now.
Yeah, and again, mid-90s, what catapulted her into was the Elizabeth movies. And then she was the witch in Lion, the Witch, and the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe remakes.
Red Dawn, says Autobot. You guys remember Red Dawn? That was kind of like that was a huge movie for like the generation before mine.
And I like hockey, so that they did that hockey movie.
Youngblood, PBO. It's one. I thought Youngblood was great.
Yeah, it is.
That was Rob Lowe's in that. That's a really good. Is Tom Skerritt the father in that?
It sounds familiar. They're kind of all the Brat Pack, right? Or right outside.
Yeah. But it's a very underrated sports movie. It's a hockey movie. It's a great reference. No one brings Youngblood up anymore.
I know, it's kind of it's lost in time.
Cry for Me has to be one of the. Oh, did you ever hear Patrick Swayze's music, Joni? She's like the wind.
I actually haven't, and I must do. But
a deep dive.
He had his background in like musicals or something, didn't he? Because of his dancing skills and everything.
Well, this was just like a pop song. It came out.
All right.
I feel the breath on my face.
That one, Run Like the Wind.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's cheesy pop at its best. Oh my god.
Yes.
Slow dance. That's slow dance when you're like 10.
Thank you, Autobot. Kevin Tighe, right? That's how you say it. That's who played Ken Carver in What's Eating Gilbert Grape. And he's in Roadhouse. He's like a character actor. He's the guy that you see, oh, that guy, but you would never know him by his name. Thank you, Autobot. Oh, he's in so many good movies. Agreed. She's out of Kathy's league.
A. Smith, I Am Married.
Yeah, Kathy is so many. This is a great mom. This is a great broad with a great life. And we're lucky to have her here. Gunga Din says, that avatar reminds me of Bobby Brady. That is Johnny Depp, Gunga Din, in Kentucky. And what I want to call, it's either PAL or Pop Warner football. Probably age 8, 7. No, he could be 17 for all we know, right? Looks with his Ralph Macchio complex. No, it's Depp at age 7 or 8 in Kentucky. It looks like a Joe Namath jersey, but that's him. That's the PI Paul Barisi dug that up from the art. That's what the Ray Donovan.
I know Smith.
Nice one, Autobot. Seriously.
I'm 48 now, and I'm going on a coffee. Gee, well, somebody was saying this up in the chat before. You broads age really well now. Like 67, 57, 47, 30 is not what it was when I was a kid. Like Judi Dench looked like Winona Ryder. Winona Ryder looked like Jude when I was a kid. Like there was no Winona Ryder's 52 now. Like that's not 52 when I was growing up, right? Judy?
She looks pretty much the same in Stranger Things, but I'm totally. No, you're right. Everyone's
Did you know any
younger.
Moms who looked like Jennifer Connelly now?
In Top Gun 2? No.
Halle Berry is 57.
60s, and when my grandparents were in their 60s, they looked like they were in their 90s.
Right.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, there's so much more emphasis on vanity now and trying to look young and all these secrets, but what people just didn't, it really is crazy Now, how well you broads age, it is not the same 45 as it was when I don't care what anybody says.
Now everyone's taking Howard's favorite drug, Ozempic.
Oh God, is it that's my general physician said to me, he's like kiss that good. He goes, in 1 year they're gonna move on to the next drug. Watch that thing. You're not gonna hear a damn word about it. In about 1 year, no one's gonna talk about it. Because I asked him about it. I'm like, what is this? He goes, let me tell you, being a doctor, being a physician, he's like, I watch these drugs come through all the time, and they come and go, and it's always on to the next one. It's like the Huey Lewis, I want a new drug. He goes, like, I give this thing 8 months, and no one's going to talk about it. It's just a prediction. Like, how fickle we are. It's always on to the next. Hulk Hogan just married us. She's a scientist. Oh God. More with the Scientology, waiting for Arm to call Bostonian chowderheads. I will do that soon, Gungadan. When we get to Whitey Bulger, I'll call him a chowderhead. Pratt Institute, no, John. Pratt Institute, John. Is that the one at the end of the Brooklyn Bridge on the Manhattan side when you could see it from?
Well, are you talking about high school or college? Pratt is a college.
I was trying to bring up the Brooklyn school, and I couldn't think of the proper name for it. And he's saying he was bringing up schools in Manhattan. Josh Foster brought up Pratt, and Pratt it's like at the end of the Brooklyn Bridge when you cross it, and it's sitting right there. It's like, I don't know if it's like technical school or something.
Yeah, I can answer Pelel's question there.
What is okay?
He was asking, was St. Patrick blue or green? Okay, blue is the original color of Ireland, and St. Patrick, being a bishop, would have worn purple, blue, indigo, that kind of color. And yes, they colored it green around the turn of the 19th and the 20th century because of political reasons, lining the Catholics with the green in the tricolour because it came into fashion about
John O'Reilly.
Somebody else asked me, was I a Provo or I'm related to one of the politicians who helped formulate the Good Friday Peace Agreement. I'm his fourth cousin, so I'm all for the peace. I'm no longer practicing Catholic. I'm training to be a druid, so that's where I'm from.
What is this, Dungeons and Dragons over here? My
I have my cloak.
That's Y.68. My Paul horning. Okay, I got it. I'm an idiot. I'm a total idiot. I'm kind of slow tonight. Something's off. I need Ozempic or
You're missing Sarah. You're missing Sarah.
No, I mean, it might not come, but I feel like I'm a step slow. I don't know why. But so the school is, Judy, LIU, Long Island University. I couldn't think of Long Island University. Something's going. I'm telling you, I'm deleting information from my brain. LIU in Brooklyn. That's what I was thinking of, and I couldn't think of the name. That was the school. If you call themselves the LIU Guineas, and everyone Italian went there in the country, it marketed itself as the school for Italians, like Notre Dame does. They could charge $150,000 and they would get it. John O'Reilly says Notre Dame is the only non-conference major football school. And, I didn't realize that.
What does that mean? Non-conference.
Like it's you're in individual conferences. They're like independent of everybody. They're too good for a conference, so they get to do whatever they want. It's like a total aberration. The whole thing is, they get this crazy national contract because they know everyone Irish is watching them play. They could be 0-14 and they get on national TV in primetime. It doesn't. The only thing I can think of that's like that is the Lakers or the Cowboys. They get on national TV when they don't deserve to. The League of Above Average Men, says Gungaden. Okay, so I found this article today, and I record. One of the great things about StreamYard is that you could pre-record yourself and do a thing. Like I used to use a screen recorder, and it's the audio stinks. So I went and I used StreamYard, and I recorded myself as Depp reading this article about he's promoting Dior, and I guess this is part of like being a sellout. You have to. So he's really being a salesman. He's really selling this. He's really trying to lay it on thick with prose about how much he loves the cologne and Sauvage, and it's really, it really makes me sick. And I'm gonna play this for you guys.
Why does it make you sick?
Because he's a sellout. It's the very personification of selling. It's the very reason I became a fan of his was the opposite of this. If you told me in 1994 Johnny Depp was going to be a shill salesman for fucking cologne, I mean, this is no better than Old Spice, I would have stopped being a fan.
But why not walk up there for a few minutes and get $20 million and you're done?
Because he's supposed to have integrity, right? This is why we're fans. He can get that anytime he wants. This is
how much of what
do you really
he
think
said
he like? Do you really
wouldn't
think
do?
he wears this? Do you really think he wears this?
No, but how much of what he said he wouldn't do has he done?
What do you mean? What he wouldn't do?
No, we're mad about that. He's done a few things that we don't like. You like Hollywood vampires, you know. It's
Exactly.
Kathy, I'm not in it for his gross national product. I'm in it for the art. I'm in it for the films. I'm in it for the chameleon that he is.
Exactly.
I don't get a cut from this, and neither do you.
What did he say?
He's not giving you money from this. He's getting.
But what did he say? I can't jump from my movies that put me where I'm at and go into music. And what is he doing?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What does the music do for you?
He don't stand behind what he says.
Well, no, what does the music do? But I'm talking about as a consumer, as a fan. I don't get shit. He's always done. When has he ever not done whatever he's wanted? Name me one time. Name me 1 year. Name me one instance where he hasn't done everything he's wanted to do, however he's wanted to do it. Name me one time when someone told him what to do. Name me one.
He does what he wants.
No, he said right. So you're acting like this is new. This is for him. I'm a consumer. I am into the art. I'm into the most avant-garde original films I can get. Him shilling cologne is the opposite of why I became a fan of his. I don't get a cut. You don't get a cut. It is nothing in it for anybody. It is the very personification of selling out. And it's even and a parody of yourself.
But I told you, I believe that's where he's going from here on out.
But what does it do for him? What does it do for him? And what does it do for anybody?
Nothing puts money in his pocket so he can sit and do what he wants.
So the goal is to do what he's always done what he wants. I don't understand.
I don't believe
he's always done what he wants.
I don't believe he's going back into movies.
Well, that's
so.
Then what are we doing
like
here?
That.
Then what are we doing here?
Arm, I think what you're saying is that when he was younger, he wanted to be the next Brando and
but Judy, that's every word out of his mouth was that. You're absolutely right. That was his whole persona is based on. No, there's nothing artistic about that. And when you listen to this interview, he's trying to make it like it's art. He'll spin this like there's some artistic integrity here, or is something in it for you, or there's nothing in this for anybody except it took him a half hour to make $20 million.
That's just like, was it yesterday? He come out with more jewelry to go into this collection he's doing there too.
Right, and how does that benefit me?
None of us. It's not going to benefit none of us.
But what Arm's saying is you're just bummed about that he went this route. That's at the end of the day.
But we shouldn't even know about it. If he wants the anonymity, then go away to the island and do that. To foist it on the public, you're clearly trying to get a following,
a quick buck,
or an approval for it.
And that's what I think.
Can I have an unpopular opinion here?
Go ahead, Joni.
Unpopular opinion.
Go ahead.
The thing is, most American actors advertise outside of America. So this is nothing new for us. This is nothing new for us.
But yeah, they used to.
George Clooney did coffee. People do beer in China and Japan, and actually, Dior luxury brands.
But they used to not.
China, which is why you have that article there.
They used to. Their agents would be like, "That's a bad idea to do it in America," but now they don't. That's changed.
You can't. The internet has changed it. You see, yeah. So you see these things. That's that Mount Blanc thing. Like I was aware of it at the time, but like the thing is, you'd see in the really luxury magazines, you'd see things popping up, but like we're just used to it. I think. We don't have the stigma between the TV stars and the movie stars over here that would be in in the States. I think anyway.
No, you're absolutely right. When I've been screaming about that for years, and Judy, I'm sure you do too. Is like television has narrowed the gap to. In fact, many would say TV has passed movies by in terms of quality.
Since HBO and Netflix, that's huge. I mean, when I was in college, and I did film and media studies in college, and we were told to watch The Sopranos because that's the way things were going. And actually, a friend of mine, a fellow graduate of mine was on the production team for Peaky Blinders.
Wow. Yeah, and all these shows are better than most movies that come out.
Exactly. And you see the thing, like what you can do on your phone now. When I was in university, you had to have 3 computers and 2 cameras, and your camera battery only lasted 15 minutes. You had to lug around 6 of the huge lithium yokes. And when I was thinner, the camera was my own body weight. So it's a completely different thing now. A completely different thing.
Go on, please.
That's my point, Arm. He needs to sell all these houses and move to his island and just stay there.
Yeah, that's what
if that's the way it's gonna go.
If he's going to frame this that, I want to get away from it all and I don't want to know what the industry is doing, and then go to the island and don't do anything. Because when you do, the only time you're coming out of hiding is selling out. It's just going to tarnish your legacy even more. He's getting to the point now where he's having more bad years than good years.
Exactly.
Which is, I never thought I'd see the day.
He needs to shut it all down and go to this island if he wants his anonymity and get out of the fame. And
yes, either you're in or you're out, right, Kathy? Either you're in or you're out. You cannot. He wants it both ways. He's always wanted it both ways. You're either in or you're out. You don't come out to sell the Hollywood vampires. Do it if you love music so much. Why do you even need a crowd? Do it on the island when no one's there.
And what's he running around saying? I do it for the fans. Well, what are you doing for the fans?
Nothing.
I do think that. I actually think that he's going to be back in movies one day. I really do. I think people are fickle, and it's going to happen. I don't know.
Would you guys agree to me that the musical side of, and I'm not forcing you to agree with me. You could totally disagree. This is my strong opinion about the musical, and I'm a big music fan. Who's not? Right? It's like saying I like food. What the musical side of him, to me, is the least interesting thing about him.
I think he is being used to draw the audience in.
No doubt about it. That we knew from Tracy Jacobs in the transcript. No doubt about it.
And I mean, he is so into this is making me a big star, where it's not the music. He's helping the other musicians.
Right, because they can't launch that tour. They're not selling shit out unless he's on.
Because they're not going to draw the crowds they draw.
And you're dealing with
he's not there.
And you're dealing with a guy from Aerosmith, and they can't sell it out.
No, right? I'm not going to sit here and spend all my money to buy a plane ticket over the pond somewhere to watch him in a concert.
Joni, did you listen to the show? Did you hear what Kathy said? That we asked her if her daughter wanted to spend $2,000 to go to New England to see the Hollywood vampire, she'd say no. Like, what do you?
I mean, I actually went to see them in June myself.
How were they?
The first time I had been to a gig of any sort in about 7 or 8 years. I went to see them in Glasgow. In the OVO Arena, 12,000 people, had a brilliant night. There was a Captain Jack Sparrow impersonator. There was people dressed as goths out the door. It was a brilliant night. People were in a good mood. And it was the first real guitar gig I had been to in a good while. Like I'm used to going to like boy band gigs, like Take That, Robbie Williams, and you're used to like 60% are female and 20% or 50% of the males are usually gay. So to see all the straight males looking at Johnny Depp was hilarious.
That's a great question. What percentage? Give us the demographics. What was it? Give us the average age of the 12,000 people you said.
Yeah, the gigs in America were only 2,000-3,000 people, from what I understand. They were in small venues. The smallest venues in Europe were 12,000.
Give us the breakdown. What was the male female breakdown percentage?
50-50.
Well, how about average age?
Yeah, I'd say the youngest people that I saw that were like independent on their own would have been in their mid-20s, but most people were mid-30s to mid-40s. Okay. And there was quite a lot of mid-50s to mid-60-year-olds as well, because of the type, like there was people there who had been Hollywood Vampires fans since the start, and they had been to all the tours. And there was people who were like Alice Cooper fans. There's people who were Joe Perry fans.
I was just going to ask you that. What percentage of Depp fans versus the other? Like, who was there specifically only to see him out of the 12,000?
Hard to actually tell, to be quite honest, because there were some people who were really hard rockers and they had the full gear on.
Yeah.
So I would say about 30% were Depp fans.
Did you listen to our show when we talked about Tracy Jacobs' transcript, and I'm sure you read it or heard it, that she went after Alice Cooper's manager for using him, what Kathy just said, and he was basically getting the equivalent of scale. So I
missed that. I saw the show, but I did a binge.
That's okay. You can go back. It's in one of the transcripts.
Watch and fell asleep, so I have to go back. Not because of boredom, just because of late nights.
No, that's okay. I'll just explain what she said. Tracy Jacobs said that while he was complaining about being broke, he was when he was losing his fortune. He booked months and months gigs with the Hollywood Vampires, getting nothing, like nothing, while they're filling the stadium up based on his fandom. And she's like, he's turning down huge movies while this is going on. It's like, you're broke. You're losing millions of dollars and you're touring with them for 6 months and you're filling it up, and you're not, because of your idolatry of Joe Perry and Alice Cooper, you're wasting these opportunities. Like, major scripts are coming across and he's turning them down. And she went ballistic. And that was like a lot of how they broke up.
My opinion, that has a couple of different layers. Okay. Number one, it looks like Alan Waldman thought Tracy Jacobs was one of the people who was trying to ding him in for whatever reason. That came out in the Rolling Stone article.
Yeah, but Joan, you got to remember, she was friends. Like, her background, she was friends with Tim.
No, I understand. I just have, so that was one. Number two, someone had it there that he's in his midlife crisis. I think that's a bit of it too. Number three, I think he did way better work with Jeff Beck. I've actually just bought the album on vinyl because I have a turntable since I moved into my new place here. So his Jeff Beck stuff is way better than his Hollywood Vampire stuff. But I've listened to a few interviews of people who've played with the Hollywood Vampires at various gigs, and they're saying he considers them. I find his blues stuff, the clips of his blues stuff, way better than what he does on stage with the Vampires. I'll be honest with that.
Well, with Jeff Beck, he's prominently displayed a lot more than he is with the Vampires. He hides off to the side, and so if you go to watch him, he's kind of off, and you're not going to.
And the thing is, Jeff is. I know Joe and Alice have their own, their own talent and everything, but Jeff is stratospheric above them again, like way above them. Like he wouldn't have brought him on tour if he could only play two notes, because that's his reputation gone down the potty as well. And the Jeff Beck fans are really like, they barely even listen to Clapton. Like, it's a whole niche thing. And Clapton is God. So so there's a Tracy Jacobs betraying him, as per Adam Waldman. There's the midlife crisis of the Vampires. And there's also the fact that I think he chose to go on tour. It was a diplomatic way of getting away from AH when they were together.
Can I just say two more things also?
Of course, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Inside the actor's studio, the first 20 minutes, all he talks about is how he always wanted to be a musician, like as if he didn't even care about acting. And maybe this is like he's trying to fulfill that dream. And also, in the Rolling Stone article, one of them, I think he loves living out of a suitcase, and like it's just he's never, you know, he likes being away or on the road all the time or something, whether it's a movie or
if you've lived in 40 places by the time you're 18 years old, you've never had a home of your own. That's it. I mean, I've lived in 29 places, and I'm 40, but his mother literally used to move every couple of months when he was growing up. So I think in the time he was with Vanessa and he wasn't making movies and he actually made a home, that was his first home in his whole life. He doesn't know what it's like to have stability, and that can skew you a lot as well. Like, I mean, I've done a lot of moving around, but there's an intrinsic difference of having a house and having a home. And if you don't know the difference between that, if you have no one to ground you and you don't have that grounding, wow, you will, and anyway, I'm not so totally into textbook star signs, but Geminis tend to, they like kind of being away from people and then being with people. And it's kind of like he likes having different aspects of his personality explored, which has benefited him in his acting.
And he's come from a broken home too, right?
Oh, huge. And I think one of the big things about him, with the beauty aspect of him, and people can chime in on this, his mother never, I think I've seen pictures of like Christy and everything when they're younger. And they're all good looking.
Yeah.
And they're all better looking than Peggy Sue.
Yeah. Peggy Sue.
Hated the fact that she had beautiful children because they were a threat to her.
That's interesting. Does anybody know like the parents who hate their kids because they're better looking than they are? That's interesting. That definitely is a thing. I don't know if it's a psychological word for that.
The whole premise of what you call it, those housewife, those desperate housewife shows.
Yeah.
That's the whole premise of them, where the daughters
always more attractive than the mom.
The mothers will turn up to the daughter's wedding in a white gown, like, and
that's
all this. Right. It's not an Oedipal complex. It's Electra complex when it's a woman. It's Oedipal when it's a man, and it's all that's kind of twisted stuff. So, I know you've had the debate about like him having his portrait on the wall and
and in your office you have a picture of yourself blown up with a plunging neckline and your shirt off. There's like 10 of them in a collage, and so how you can't watch 5 minutes of footage of yourself in Benny and June when you have collages of yourself with your shirt off in your office. I don't understand that at all.
But I think it's, the way when you do radio first, you can't listen to yourself.
Yeah.
And the physiological part of that is when you listen to your own voice, you're listening to it from inside your skull. And when you're listening to it coming through speakers, you're actually listening to it how other people hear you. And it's the dichotomy between one and the other until you get used to it. So I think with him, the whole beauty, the whole looking at himself as a product, it didn't work. It didn't work with him.
Well, he was smart enough to realize that looks fade, right? You need to say that. I mean, women, very few women. I mean, they know that and that's
he's got woman's good looks. I mean, he could be androgynous, but he never played to the androgyny. He does play a little bit towards it in that it's asexual characters, but it's like he gets in the makeup, he gets in the costume, he gets away from himself, but he's good. This bone structure comes through enough that you have this like really arresting character. And even though Sweeney Todd is a cannibal, you're still like, he's a rock god cannibal, and he's sexy, and there's this sexy danger about him. Like, I don't watch horror movies as general. I've watched more horror movies being a fan of Johnny Depp. I don't know any other horror movies except the ones he's made, because I can't watch them. I'm still traumatized. The only one I've seen in the cinema is Sweeney Todd. I didn't know anything about it except he was in it and he was singing.
Yeah, well, that's the basis of this show. Would you see it if Depp wasn't in it? Most of the horror genre I could give a shit about. I won't even look at it if he wasn't. Like, I wouldn't have seen Nightmare on Elm Street.
Thank you. I thought I was just being weird.
No, I don't. Lauren Marie, who is a faithful, great person in our community, is a huge horror zealot. and it's a genre that I will only see it under very, very special circumstances.
Arm, it sounds like we should, after listening to her, we should have seen Beck and Depp at the Paramount in Huntington.
Yeah, well, John O'Reilly went to that show.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Did he say
So
it
he
was
walked
good?
out and he went to a pub, that Huntington area. You know, they have that huge strip of bars.
Yeah,
over there.
Artful Dodger.
I used to go out there. It was I mean, it was a ride for me. It was like a 45-minute ride, but it was a fun area back in the day. You brought up Inside the Actor Studio before, and it may be very bitter. Do you know that they cut at least an hour and a half out of that?
Yeah, like every actor I like, or actress, they cut out so much. I don't know how. I wish there was a way to watch it all.
Really good stuff they cut out of that. I'm reading, and they will not release like a director's cut. I don't know what's stopping them from releasing that.
James Lipton, he like skips 20 movies. It goes from like
yes,
Edward Scissorhands, right?
That was so annoying. He didn't even talk about Blow in that.
Oh my god!
Oh, it was so annoying. It was so annoying. 45 minutes. I think they cut out an hour and a half or something. I don't know. Why would you not just come out? But like, what else do you do on that channel? Remember, that was the original Bravo before Andy Cohen just gate it all up, and that it was like an artistic. It was like a movie channel. It was like an art house kind of. And what else do you do on that channel? Why would you not show the whole thing? You know what I mean? Like, what do you do on that? Show the whole thing.
Also, James Lipton died, so like that.
But that was years ago.
That
came out in 2002, I think.
They could have found a replacement.
Johnny Depp is a secret listener of this show, Josh.
That'd be cool.
Who knows what he's listening? I'm amazed what he gets turned on to online. What Josh Richmond's showing him. So that's the genesis of this show. So I want to play for you this interview he did about DIOR. What a sidetrack that was, and a good one. Where is it? Miscellaneous. Depp on DIOR. How did I? Forever in my heart.
No,
here it is. Here it is.
Sorry, the English justice system and the English people are two different things. I have to say that, and a lot of people in England didn't agree with that either. But yeah, the sun has its fingers in too many pies to get anything fair done.
John O'Reilly says, yeah, Sopranos, Pell is better than movies, right? Except Donnie Brasco, I think, is the best mob thing that's ever been done. And I think The Sopranos is like right there as a TV kind of version of it. But Donnie Brasco predates The Sopranos, believe it or not. Came out, I think, 2 years before The Sopranos did. And Judi Dench did a bank commercial. I didn't know that. That's so funny.
Neither did I.
Maybe he might be, who knows with John O'Reilly. He could be breaking our balls.
No, what got me sick, like I wanted to just say this, is like Harrison Ford in Japan did like an Xbox commercial or like a PlayStation commercial.
Did he really?
Like you're not playing a game on an art. It's ridiculous.
Did he really?
Judy? Yeah, I love him, but he's a sellout too.
Oh my god, Harrison Ford did an Xbox commercial
or PlayStation, one of those like games or something. You know,
he's too old for ColecoVision. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, for Atari 2600.
I would love to see that.
I'm sure it's on there.
Pell goes, Depp doesn't know what he's doing anymore. This is Kathy Scott's point, Pell. He loves a country that doesn't love him back, England. Right, that's the country that considers him a wife beater. Let's flee to the country that considered me guilty.
John DeBarry might jettison his career. There's always a chance.
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna do Pirates numbers. I'm sure. He's in it for how long do we know? I have the movie, by the way, if anyone wants it.
What?
Johnny Bye Bye. Yes, Johnny Bye Bye.
Dude, please.
Johnny Bye Bye is the give me a good genie in comic books. He's
that makes things happen.
Yeah, just like out of thin air. He's the Doctor Strange of the dark web for me.
Yeah.
Him and Boff. If you say anything sitting in your inbox when you get off, it's like this thing. You're like, what? This dude, he truly is the Stephen Strange of the dark web.
He got into the director's hard drive.
He's so right.
Because I looked around, I couldn't find anything.
He broke into Ma Wen's hard drive.
And I also need the Brave. I need the Brave too. I
have that for you.
I need a double feature.
We're gonna be looking at that later, actually.
But yeah, I want that. I want those movies.
Yes, because
I watched that the other night.
Which one?
The Brave.
Okay.
Well, we're going to get your opinion on that in a little bit, Kathy, because we're going to be looking at it after I play this. All right. So this is the interview he did with this weird South China. What's it called? South China Morning Post.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, if you, this is, if you're going to choose any media source, this is what you want to have the relationship, right? Not the New York Times, not the Washington Post, the South China Morning Post. And I don't know, he's shilling for Sauvage, and I didn't know what he was promoting. And then when you go through it, the interviewer asked him nothing but perfume questions. It's the strangest thing. I cannot believe we're at this point. Here we go. Laid up on music, memory, Al Pacino, loyalty, the face of Dior, Sauvage talks seductive sense, escaping press on his Caribbean private island, and directing the new Modigliani biopic. What is your favorite thing about working with Dior? Well, for me, it's become a sort of a personal partnership, a collaboration. I've been working with them for a while now. And of course, you develop a personal relationship with folks and you keep close to them. They stuck with me through every single second and the ups. Why does he act like Dior is the only one that stuck with him? I can think of how many million fans that stuck with him all. Even at the worst of the Amber Heard stuff with TMZ. Do you know how many millions of people still had his back? Dior is the only one that had your back? Don't you guys a little sick of hearing that?
Could this be, though, an agent helping him with sentences? I mean,
yes. Yes.
This is a PR. This is to sell cologne. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, as we go on. Some mistakes. It's quite a lot for me. They trusted me. They believed in me. And they continued. They're Dior. Of course, they're a class act. And they're actually truly a class act. I mean, that's strength. That's class. That's brave. It's courageous. Dior will always mean much more to me than just Sauvage. What exactly seduced you when you first smelled Sauvage? Well, no, I do remember the first time I smelled Sauvage. They presented the first samples in the little vials. It was exciting. It's like smelling a fine wine. It's been aged. You get various notes that are difficult. Listen to this horseshit. Listen to this. It's like smelling a fine wine with age. I think Judy Tenuta is spot on. They worked on this to answer. You know how burned he claims he got from Rolling Stone. Do you know how vetted this was before it went to print? The Stephen Roderick piece we always obsess over. I think Judy Tenuta is spot on that this was vetted 10,000 times.
You can now, with AI, you can literally ask AI to write things for you and make them sound intelligent or not, whatever adjective you want to use, like cool, millennial, and it'll do it.
That's true. I mean, but this is definitely him. I mean, you can see his stamp is all over it when you go on. There's like little references, but that's, what, some of it could have been AI though, but you can tell it's him as we go on.
I have friends that have trained as sommeliers, and I've been to wine tastings, and that's actually, those are the things you would say for wines. And I know people who are into perfumes, and that's what they say about perfumes as well. So I'm not getting, that sounds kind of genuine to me, if he's learning about stuff.
Look, we've all followed his career for years and years. I've read everything. I've seen everything. And you guys are fairly new to it. I've never heard him say word one about any fragrance, perfume, ever. Cologne, not one fucking time. I've read every interview. I've seen it all. This is such horseshit.
Arm, do you know one guy who wears cologne? I don't.
That's what I was thinking. I haven't put cologne on since I went to
18. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd like to hear from guys in the chat. When's the last time you put cologne on? I mean, it's just something. It's like you actually get made fun of, right? If someone smells it, like, you want a cologne?
Yeah, Drakkar.
It's like Drakkar.
That's how old we are.
Yeah. Yes.
I love the way my husband smells with Stetson on.
Oh,
Yeah.
good for you. That's good for
That's
you.
fine, Kathy. I'm just saying,
How
like,
often do you think he puts it on?
0. It takes him. How long does it take him to go to 7-Eleven with the 15 skull rings and bandanas and bracelets and
My husband doesn't wear his
pre-distressed
wedding ring.
wallets?
Arm, you don't wear Mambo or whatever that was called. That
Mambo.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought all of Howard's fans were.
Celebrity Jamie says, "Welcome, Jamie. Celebrities are so greedy; they're rich and they can't get enough. They have the nerve to ask people who don't have much money to donate to charities and ask." That's why I said. That's why I was telling Kathy Scott, do not buy those fucking NFTs. It's just he doesn't need. He should be giving you that money for your support. It should be the opposite of that. And then the beer commercials that Joni brought up before. Yeah, well, that was a Japanese beer commercial. He did it on the rooftop where he's playing guitar with Dustin Gwen and him and DiCaprio was one, right? He is told doesn't he have like a million commercials in like every other country but here? He thinks like
yeah, DiCaprio like Clooney did coffee and DiCaprio's done like everything from chewing gum to other stuff.
But it won't do it here.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing, and what's the, I won't mention the brand, but it's the those kind of ones where you have the little coffee capsules and you put them into your machine, and then they have George.
Keurig.
K cups.
No, it's like Nespresso or something.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and George Clooney does all of those, like.
And hey, if you like the product, that's great. Like there's plenty of stuff I would.
They're selling it on the Hollywood glamour. You see,
yeah.
They're selling it just for the Hollywood glamour. Whereas you don't see that as glamorous in the States. So it's kind of like the two sides of the coin. And before you go on, South China Post is like the press arm of the Chinese government in the West.
Oh, I didn't know that. How do you know that?
I used to study media, so so that's why it's coming off like that. The person who's probably interviewing them probably speaks English as a second or third language.
You would be a phenomenal correspondent on MSNBC. Right? You really would. You really would. I could totally see you coming out of the thing and, Lawrence O'Donnell's firing questions at you and you're rolling for 8 minutes straight.
So that's why it sounds weird. And I used to follow the high-end fashion magazines and stuff like that. So what he's saying there doesn't sound too unusual to me, but I haven't read all his stuff in his career like you have. So that's why I'm looking at it at a different perspective, because that's how the perfume industry works. Perfume has a 5,000% markup, people.
Did you guys read the story? Did you guys read the story that he was offered? God, Sarah, help me out. $25 million to do a 5-minute commercial, meaning 5 minutes of his own time, for Turkish Airlines. That was in the Tracy Jacobs transcripts. $25 million to do that. I was like, I could get behind it. Flying someone from place to place. That's a noble thing. It's more noble than cologne, right? I mean, I would way rather do that. Well, Turkish Airlines or something like that.
I would say if they're giving it to him, he may use some aftershave. He's not putting on cologne.
No.
Well, aftershave is cologne. The same thing.
I will ask. Yeah, go on.
Someday scientists will have a mechanism where your brown cigarette ashes can turn into sauvage and you can just rub it on your face after you smoke your brown cigarettes.
I do want to ask how much. So, how much is a bottle of this? It look like about 100?
From what I've heard, it's crazy expensive.
Like $180 for a small bottle.
To give you an example, Judy, when's the last time you've been in Manhattan?
Today.
Okay. Did you see? There's a DIOR, huge building on the corner of 5th Avenue and Central Park South.
Okay.
It's a massive Hall of Legion of Doom building, and with multiple elevators and floors and stuff. You can tell, but it's almost like the Apple equivalent of cologne. If next time you're in Manhattan, walk by,
I'll check it out.
Go down Central Park West and just cruise up and down that main drag on Central Park West, and you'll see the DIOR. And just go in and ask about that.
Did you say Fifth Avenue or Central Park West?
I can't. It's either 6th or 5th.
Because
it's right where Central. Yeah, it's right at the corner where West becomes East.
By Central Park. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Like I have a bottle of J'adore, the one that Charlize Theron actually advertises.
Oh my God, we have a Charlize Theron clip coming in later. That's funny.
And 90 centiliters costs €130, which is about $135. So like that's not the biggest bottle; it's kind of the medium-sized bottle. But when I was going through Dublin Airport and Glasgow Airport, his picture is everywhere for Sauvage. I've never seen.
I know it's everywhere. I know. I
thought he was following me around. It was like a bit creepy at one point. I was like,
That's why I don't think he's 100% canceled. I mean, I think he might bounce back because he's making money for them. I feel like if he wasn't, they wouldn't keep hiring him.
Oh yeah,
Judy, you've heard my rant on here about him to cancel, right? The C word.
Oh yeah,
I said to you when you have a pre-booked tour in Europe before the trials, that's the opposite of cancel. A sold-out European tour which stretches back to the United States, and you won't even stick around for the verdict.
Yeah,
that is the opposite of cancel.
Yeah, and he's selling paintings and vampires. Like he's making tons of money right now. I feel like
public opinion says you're not canceled ever. You were never canceled. It's just Warner Brothers and Disney that said it. That doesn't mean everybody.
They're afraid to dip their foot in the water and hire him maybe right now. You know,
for everyone in this chat who's Joni from Ireland here, and we're so lucky to have her with a phenomenal debut. Reminds me of both Kathy and Judy's debut. She's so white that she thinks Charlize Theron is the darkest African, not Chadwick Boseman in Black Panther.
Oh my God.
I couldn't believe that the DIOR commercial come on our TV in Tennessee.
Oh wow! They're
showing
cost
them on
money.
TV all down here.
Why do you say that, Kathy? That you don't think you're not the demographic?
I was just shocked to see it on TV.
Yeah, it is. I'm always punch drunk too when I see it. I'm still shocked.
He's been with DIOR since 2015.
It's been it's crazy. It's been 8 years.
The first time I've seen a TV commercial.
Yeah, I've seen it here as well, and that's kind of. I noticed they've gone like. I've been not paying attention to a lot of print media in the last decade, but it used to be those particular ads were only on Christmas or kind of like, holiday season, whatever. But it was the print ads in the high fashion magazines that would be the main sell. And now I think they want to just expand where they find their market and their money. It's all about expanding the demographic. But yeah, it's kind of weird when you see it, but there's loads of Native American imagery. So whatever they're building it around, he's got a lot of input in it. He has way more input in it than a lot of other actors and actresses have in their advertising campaign, because it's all really built around his image. Which if you see some of the other high fashion stuff, they just show up, put on a pretty dress or a nice suit, and that's it. Whether it's all built around his actual personality.
He has some really horrible people in his orbit managing him right now. And I say that without any pomposity or braggadocio or anything. He needs me picking the scripts. There's just no doubt about it. He needs me going, don't do this, do this. Don't do this. Do this. He has some horrible yes men around him still.
But is he still part of a big firm as far as an agent, or he's I don't know all the names.
Yeah, Jack Wiggum is his agent, but he's so many other people advising him and in his orbit, and yes men and security, and his sister's there, and it's like he doesn't get told the word no, and he doesn't get told the word this sucks. You need to do this.
I need to be with Depp and let Arm pick his movie role.
It would be a lot of fun if I could sit in that office and say, one of the major problems I have with him, and I would certainly tell it to his face, And you'll see it in this. In fact, he says it in this article. He brags about how he doesn't follow Hollywood and he doesn't know what anyone's doing. And I don't know what's being made and I don't care. Well, in order to do good work, in order to do unique work, you need to know what didn't work. You need to know what has been done so you can't do it. You're not going to go down that same road. You need to know what we need to learn about the past to know how to get to the future. You need to know what failed in order to do good work. Right? So you have to pay attention. If you had a production company, guys, called Infinitum Nihil, wouldn't you need to keep up with what was going on, right? If you're gonna produce a movie, you've got to watch it to know what sucks. You have to know what not to do. That's the worst attitude ever. I don't care if you think it's beneath you or you don't. I want to be evolved and I don't. No, you've got to pay attention to what didn't work so you can do it.
I was reading,
especially after you lost $650 million.
That's right, Kathy. That's right.
But
Go ahead, Judy.
I've read though. I even read today, like sometimes they just don't know. Like Pirates of the Caribbean, they thought it maybe was going to be a bomb. They just had no idea. Like nobody knows sometimes, what's going to be amazing and what's not.
No, well, they trusted him, and again, this is where he has autonomy. Where I don't know how many actors get to do that. Like you go, okay, you just create the character and you can write it and do it as you want, and we'll pay you the money. Like and it worked for him, and it was a great risk, and it's a phenomenal performance, certainly the first one, and deserved the Academy Award for what he was able to. I mean, a Pirates movie based on a ride at Disney gets nominated for an Academy Award.
I mean, and even the opening scene, like I wasn't a big Pirates fan at all because I wasn't a kid. And I didn't have any younger brothers or sisters or kids to bring to it. But even the opening scene, the sinking ship, and he steps off onto it.
Yeah. I told Arm that last time. It's equal to like E.T. flying or Casablanca or 2001. Like it's like that's an amazing scene for like the Hollywood history.
And the thing is, like Captain Jack Sparrow. Like, I mean, the crabs that he regularly comes into contact with do not crawl along the ocean floor, right? So, like, you know this, but you still want to jump him because he's Johnny Depp,
right?
And that's what you want. That is what you want. And
well, that's right out of Looney Tunes. When you watch like an old like Warner Brothers Looney Tunes, like Jack Sparrow's partially based on Pepe Le Pew. So the move where the ship is sinking and he steps onto the dock, that's like right out of what Looney Tunes would do. That's what he's going.
And he's got his hands in the air. Yeah,
that's right out of Looney Tunes.
And he's dainty.
But he's walking around with a syphilitic sore on his jaw.
Yeah.
And that got in. That was allowed in.
Yep.
I mean, like, anyway, and it's a kids' movie. Like, the amount of kids who have ADD, ADHD, and they sat through nearly 3 hours of a Pirates movie on 5 separate occasions.
That's a great point.
That's
a great point.
A great sense of humor.
Oh, he really does. No doubt about it. That's why I think the musical side of him is the least interesting thing about him. I think his sense of humor is more interesting than musically. I think the writing side of his is more interesting than I think everything is more. The musical side to him is the least interesting thing about him.
But also, I just want to say that film and television are a collaborative process, industry, and that. He just I feel like he has to hook up with like Scorsese or Quentin Tarantino. He'll be back on the map if like
the right director.
When you said surround yourself, if he surrounds himself with artistic people, like I still love Tim Burton. Like if he hires him again, it could put him out there again. That's
I'll give you a guy. I know exactly. That's a great point. Brad Furman, who directed City of Lies, which is I think the best thing he's done in 10 years. Well, that and Black Mass. That guy has a phenomenal film. He's got like 4 really good films. That's who you need to hook up with. We played it on here. There's an interview with this guy, Brad Furman. He said, I needed Depp to get back to that crime biopic drama. Depp, Blow, Donnie Brasco, Public Enemies, Black. Those are the things I say all the time. And he identified without criticizing. He said, I think he was saying he was making bad choices without really saying it. He was implying it.
You see, Public Enemies is one of my favorite.
I love it too. I love it too. Yeah, I do too.
Like I mean, the thing about it is, okay, he has his lifelong partnerships and friendships, but the thing is, when you get in that bubble, I was watching what was it with? Oh yeah, it was an interview with Sting. Scott, what's his name? Can't think of it. Is now he was being interviewed by a guy who's a music critic, and Sting was saying, "Yeah, we broke up the Police at the height of its fame, and we all went off and did separate things. And Sting's mega famous now in his own right." But he was saying, "Yeah, I'm looking at the bands who are still going from when I was in the Police, and I can see that creatively they're in a cul-de-sac." And I think even though Tracy Jacobs was really good for him.
Well, that's really poetic. Did you make that up, or Sting said that?
No,
I'm not kidding. That was really poetic.
The creative cul-de-sac. No, that was me, but that's what he was saying.
Oh, that's really good, Joni. You should coin that. You should copyright.
I did want to be a music journalist at one point, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen because Q and Mojo used to do the best interviews and everything for years, but their talent atrophied because they didn't have extra input from outside, and they're not looking outside their bubble. And he got to a point where, like, we take Dame Judi Dench. Her husband vetted all her scripts all her life.
Christ's sake, Joni pulls out an atrophied and creative cul-de-sac. Who are you, Tabitha Soren over there?
And then her husband died, and but her eyesight is going at the moment, and she's nearly blind. That's why they did this really confined scene with her in Pirates 5 with Johnny, because she literally can't see anymore, and and I think while Tracy Jacobs was really good for Johnny for as long as she was, the other stuff was eating into it, and I think he has way too many people managing him and not enough creative input. And I think
then you have like Stephen Deuters and Nathan Holmes, his two assistants, who kind of don't tell him shit, right? They should be sitting there. That's what I should be. Nathan Holmes. That's what I want to be. I want to be either Deuters or Nathan. They need to go, and I need to take their place.
They probably light his cigarette. That's all they do.
Israel. I have not been to Israel. I don't know if anybody here has been to Israel, but I have been to
friends in Israel, but I've never been.
I have been to North Nassau County. Judy Tenuto and I have been to Roslyn Heights and Roslyn and North, and that's the same thing. We call it Little Israel. Or the 5 towns, right, Judy?
Yeah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Half of Long Island, right?
Judy did Orient Express with him too, didn't she?
Yes, she did. Good call, Kathy.
Oh, good point.
People forget about that movie. He's very underrated in that. That's what you guys were talking about, how he could go from playing like a Lucky Luciano mobster to fucking give me like the Mad Hatter or
Scissorhands
or Ichabod Crane, like the completely opposite.
Yeah, that's why we love him.
Yeah, that's the crazy range. Nobody has range like that. That's really what makes him a unicorn.
Yeah.
And he's done it a few times. You can take Brasco, or you could take Whitey Bulger, right? Go ahead.
He refused to be the pretty boy in the actor's studio. Inside the actor's studio, he said they tried to box him in, like from 21 Jump Street. They tried to box him into a certain persona, and he was like not having it at all. He said, "I'll leave if I don't get to do what I want."
Yeah,
ironically,
look at Steven Seagal and all those 80s actors. They're all in the same movie 99% of the time. And you're just like, yeah, fine, it's going to be the big summer blockbuster, but there's nothing challenging about it. John O'Reilly has that thing there. Yeah, you see, Jeff always had his own audiences.
Yeah, thank you, Joni, for reading that. John O'Reilly says that he thinks, and this is an exaggeration, but he thinks 99% of the people were there for Jeff Beck. When he went and saw him in Huntington, Long Island, I don't doubt that it's more for Beck, but 99 is crazy. I go with 70. I'm not going with 99%. I wasn't there,
Yeah, but there's a big difference in Jeff Beck and Hollywood vampires.
Yeah, I know, but I think most people, like Jeff Beck's a weird level of fame, right, guys? I mean, you have to be kind of a music nerd to know who, because he's this weird free agent. He kind of floats around. He doesn't sing. You can't do what he does today anymore.
He reminds me of John Mayer now. Like, he's
yeah.
Just, you're a guitarist, period. Bye.
It blew my mind. He got Joss Stone. He discovered Joss Stone.
Oh, I know.
He discovered Imelda May. Like, it's crazy how many people he got on the map.
Did you guys ever hear the Blow soundtrack? There's a song at the end in the credits called Mr. Nothing. And it's Frank Sinatra's niece, Nika Costa. That's who she reminds. She reminds me of Joss Stone. It's a really good song, and you heard nothing about her after that. The end of Blow, if you get to watch that.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
It's a song called Mr. Nothing.
And didn't Johnny Depp was it Once Upon a Time in Mexico, and they were all meant to give an idea for the theme for each of the characters, and he actually came up with his own theme for Agent Sands.
Yeah. Agent Sands is based on from Once Upon a Time in Mexico.
No, I mean the music. To go
the score in that. Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah. Movies is JD's cheat code. J.I. Young writes. Movies Depp's cheat code to becoming a nut rocker and skipping the process of honing his skills. Without the fame, he's just another sidewalk performer with a bucket full of change. I could also say that, his initial looks is what got him vaulted ahead. If he's not initially attractive, he's not getting cast in Nightmare on Elm Street. He needs to. It's like the whole Stan Lee thing. Great power comes great responsibility. With great cheekbones comes great responsibility. And he used that to the tilt, right? You're just not getting in the door. My cousin used to pound me over the head with that. He's like, come on. He's like, Depp's really talented, but he's just not getting into, without the looks, he's not getting in the door. And I used to push back. And he's right.
I don't know if this is right or wrong, but it's like the same thing I've heard somebody say. If Kurt Cobain looked like John Popper, would Nirvana have been so big? I don't know if there's an answer to that, but it's that same kind of.
Well, you would think it's music, right? Should it matter what he looks like? Should it matter if he's rail thin or Zoftig? Should it even matter? We're there for the sounds, right? Do we give a shit? Blues Traveler is actually a really good band, and they don't get brought up enough. When you talk about someone with a unique sound, for the time, I don't know why they're not bigger. But you're right. Why should it be about looks if it's rock and roll? Who gives a shit? You're listening to it 95% of the time anyway. Who cares what he looks like?
It's just whoever controls MTV thinks that girls want a guy who looks more like Kurt Cobain than Meatloaf or something.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They're always marketing, and they're looking at stuff. It's very arbitrary what good looking is in rock and roll. They've torn that limb from limb. Like Mick Jagger's ugly as sin. Steven Tyler's ugly as sin. And somehow they're considered to be sexy. Why? Because they're famous? Why? Why? Can you define it? No one can. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense what is considered sexy and they're not good looking. They're famous first, and you're pretending that they're not good looking. They're not. They're not any better looking than John Popper is.
Can I just from an Irish and an English standpoint, in America you can vote in and out judges. In Ireland and England, the judges are elected by another panel of judges out of the top barristers. So it's not a votable position. So the jurisdiction and the government are separate, they're arms of each other, but one doesn't vote the other in or out, and you can't vote. It's not like the States at all. So when he's saying the government hated Depp, the British government did not hate Depp. The
system
British
voted
jurisdictional system was corrupt and voted in favor of tabloid newspapers.
That was Josh when he lost. Is it 12 out of 14 cases or 15?
Yeah, 12 out of 14.
Fourth, right? Which is a resounding. I think it was John O'Reilly that said they should have a best of 3 and do another trial. That's so funny.
In England, the way the jurisdiction is, I did 1 year of a law course and I ran out of money, but it was based in the English system, and they actually recommend you don't turn up to your own trials there, that you let in certain cases when there's no jury, that like your barrister or your solicitor, you would say your lawyer does all your arguing for you and you're not there at all. So like
one of the reasons we reenacted that.
Different.
We reenacted the transcript because we felt so robbed we didn't get to watch it. That was way before Fairfax. Sarah and I said to him, like, let's reenact this. Let's do this. How would it go? How does it? Because I was reading it like a mental patient every day, all night, every night. I'm like, let's reenact this. Let's see what this would feel like and sound like. In America, I feel there should be cameras. You guys, Joni was talking about how the cell phones and how you could. Every court proceeding should be at least recorded. It all should be for full transparency, so everyone can see. And you can't. You can only learn from it, and you can only get better from it. Screw anonymity. How Ghislaine Maxwell didn't.
But you have such a different system. I know people were going. I know it's slightly off topic, but people are going mad about the whole Russell Brand thing and having the witnesses not divulge their identity. That is a stock in trade for decades. It's
silencing the victim. Right. They're afraid of retribution.
It's meant to be for protection. I think in the Russell Brand case, it's like for getting anonymous people to accuse him, but there's a whole other lot of stuff. But the thing is, like, when I was growing up and you had all the trouble in Northern Ireland, people like Gerry Adams weren't allowed to be shown on TV, so they overdubbed their voices and they pixelated them out.
Yeah, there's ways. There's with technology. There's totally ways to do
it. We're used to seeing that. It's normal for us. So when you look at it and you're like, "Oh, this is terrible," that's a huge cultural difference. It's not that to say one is right and one is wrong. It's just that you're way more transparent in your dealings than we are, and what's in camera, what's recorded and not. But I'm glad that Johnny's team pushed that through because of how twisted Amber's relationship with reality is.
That's what it was for, right? To show full transparency on. I always look at it like this: if you're saying, okay, I want this trial to go on right now, and I'm going to have it televised, that's someone who's not afraid of the truth. When someone like they always say with what Trump does right now, like it's a delay. They don't want, and that proves to me someone who's guilty. If you're innocent, you can't wait to get in there and defend yourself. You don't delay shit. I'm getting this over with now. I know I'm innocent. Let's do this now. When you're delaying and you're pulling all this bullshit, it is a complete admission to me that you're guilty of everything.
I agree. And you also have the thing where, as they call him in Cheap Seats, what was it? Injustice Nichols in the UK retired point blank after giving his verdict, and it was actually the end. I think the Johnny Depp case is one of the last cases in Judge Ascarati's current term as judge.
Right.
So
there were a lot of evidence in that were not submitted in America that makes him look bad. So it's not like it's this clear thing that he was screwed out of. When we reenacted it, I remember reading that going, "Whoa, I didn't know that." There was some stuff in there that makes him look really bad. And I could see how people would be like, you know what? The whole case was about whether, she's allowed to write, it's arbitrary whether you consider it abuse or not. Like, your definition of abuse is not my definition of abuse. And it's a weird, ambiguous case of the language and whether the abuse word.
But aren't they treating Russell Brand and Dan Wooten different over there?
Yeah, you see, Dan Wooten's now been kicked off his job in GB News. Finally.
Yeah.
And
finally.
But the thing is with the Russell Brand actual accusations. It's not the first time he's been weirdly accused. I'm not talking about the abuse things, but Jonathan Ross, who was a huge DJ in the early
he did Depp interviews. That
he's interviewed Depp since 1990.
There was an interview I remember on Christmas Day in 1993 or 92 or 93. He was promoting Gilbert Grape, I think, and it was Jonathan Ross Presents, and it was like done in black and white on VH1 on Christmas Day at like noon or something.
Yeah, yeah. So Jonathan Ross and Russell Brand were like between the two of them a version of Howard Stern, and they used to just as like podcasts were coming in, they actually videoed their own radio show going out, and they used to do crank calls on people.
Yeah.
And they crank called, if you know Fawlty Towers, the actor of Fawlty Towers who played Manuel, the Spanish waiter. They basically made sexual jokes about his granddaughter to him on a cold crank call.
Oh wow!
And it basically shut down the show. And Jonathan Ross was the highest paid earner because he had 2 radio shows, he had a movie show, and then he had his TV show, Late Night with Jonathan Ross, with Johnny Depp, and Tim Burton had been on multiple times.
I remember that.
He got half a salary cut and everything. It was crazy.
Wow, I gotta check. I did not know that.
This was back in 07, 08, something like that, around then. But it's kind of like it was one nail in the coffin for Russell Brand. After that, he cleaned up his act and went off solo again. But like,
Russell Brand's one of those guys that was like a monster kind of, just this walking hard on that was hiding in plain sight. I mean, he was always this lecherous.
He was a typical metrosexual party boy.
Yes.
So,
well said.
Like, say, for example, like you had the lads who, say, the Noel Gallagher's of the world, Inspiral Carpets, all them were the hard guys in the 90s. Johnny Depp hung around with them, but really he should have been a metrosexual, but he's a decade too old to be one. And
that's funny.
And then you have Russell Brand cleans up, and he goes against the mainstream media, and then they're attacking him because he's going against the mainstream media, whichever. Like the BBC is being horribly underfunded because it's run on TV license fees. People aren't paying their TV licenses anymore. So they're losing huge amounts of revenue. And then there's a whole pile of people in America, of course, that aren't watching all the main big channels anymore because they don't believe what they're being told. So all of that's happening at the moment. And this is kind of the mainstream media lashing out at someone who used to work for them because it's an easy target, in my opinion.
Sarah says $40 more for the goal. Sell yourself, Mr. Arm. Yes, please, if you can, help us keep this pirate ship afloat. I appreciate any and everything you are, whether you do or not. I let Sarah do the the hucksterism, but I mean, please, whatever you can. Sarah's right. We're $40 short of our goal. As she says, I'm a great salesman, as you could hear there. Movies.
Is there any Amber Heard's news we could talk about? Maybe that would excite like the chat or something.
What do you mean?
Oh, nope. I guess in the news, I don't know if you talked about her trailer recently. She's in it for a second.
Yeah, we did. We talked about it last week. I'm trying not to. What are we going to say about it? She's in it for 10 seconds. She's in the trailer. Momoa and James Wan had conversations about whether she's going to. Obviously, we knew the albatross that she was during the whole thing. But the trial was a phenomenal promotion of Aquaman. And is she in it or is she in it? And they kept it vague and they kept you guessing. It's the greatest thing, right? You're going to watch the movie to see just how much she's in it for. Right? I mean, thank you, Josh Foster. And you are the best. how would you put the commentator, commenter, fan? I don't want to say fan. Part of our community. Go ahead, good Johnny.
They were even saying that maybe in her contract she's obligated. I mean, they have to let her be in the promotional material.
But she got paid already. We know what is she not going to get? What are they? Like, what would make these people these crazy Deptford wives that what you just put a bullet in her head? What do you want to happen? Right? What is the end game to all this? If she goes away, you're going to be his next wife. Is that where this is all going? Just go to Spain and put a bullet in her head, because this is what you want. What's going to make you happy? She's not allowed to go to Spain. She's not allowed to go to Italy. Just what do we want from this? She did the movie. She got paid for it. If she cuts her, she's fit for 15 minutes or 5 minutes, it's done.
Well, I think also what's been the other part of the news is the what's his name, James, the new DCU guy.
James Gunn.
Yeah, he is saying every movie before the next Superman is a dead end for his new universe, and they think it's going to hurt the Aquaman 2 if everyone thinks this is the end of the Aquaman world, let's say for Jason Momoa. No one's going to go, they think, or less people are going to be interested.
Aquaman seems to have separated itself from the other DC films.
I hope so.
I think you broads love Jason Momoa, and I think you don't underestimate the power of that guy. From Game of Thrones to whatever, he has a massive fan base, female fan base especially. And it seems to be separated. It was a movie that went in a different tone. It was more fun. It really held to the comics. A perfect Black Manta they didn't screw around with. So let's hope. I'm a huge, it is the #1 DC Warner Brothers movie of all time. But don't forget that. It beat all the Nolan movies. It is the #1 movie. And they waited because they were so precious about it. Is she in it? And the trial did. It literally, the first one was made in 5 years ago was the first one.
And
5 years ago.
And this should have came out 2 years ago, right?
I would have shot 2 at the same time.
Yeah.
And then came out with the second one immediately after that.
That would have made the money.
That's what I would have done. And the trial would have had no impact on it. Amber Heard would have had no impact. In fact, it would have helped.
And never made The Flash. They should have skipped over that.
I would have made 2 of Aquaman. You know how Matrix did that and Pirates did that? They shot 2 at the same time?
Yeah, 2 and 3.
That's what I would have done with Aquaman in the first one.
Skipped Suicide Squad. I mean, some people liked it, but...
Birds of Prey was hideous.
Hideous. And Wonder Woman 1984. There's a lot of they should have just kept going with Aquaman,
Okay, back to the interview.
Identified first. I remember smelling some kind of woody scent. Like a strong bass note. That scent hung in the air, and then the various other notes appeared, and the personality of the fragrance sort of came alive. Do you actually wear Sauvage daily? Oh,
Sarah
yeah.
would say, go back to the picture.
Say again, Kathy?
Sarah would say, go back to the picture.
When do you think that picture was taken?
Jeans.
Yeah, she would like. That is a Sarah picture. You're right. You know her well, Kathy. That is definitely a Sarah picture. That's exactly what she would say.
Yeah, Sauvage has become a part of my daily routine, as much as getting dressed. Basically, it's a sense that.
Does anyone buy that? No, we don't buy that.
Obviously, I feel very close to, and it's something that I have had the honor, and the pleasure, and the privilege of being part of. I feel like I've found my signature scent. If you know what I mean.
I'd be willing to get up close and personal to check if he did wear it as a cologne. I'll say that much.
Put it on and when. I've always used aftershave. I've always used it. I remember using Aqua Velvet, Aquaman, and I remember using Brute or Old Spice or whatever. But I fell in love with this stuff.
So we're to believe the last time he wore cologne was Old Spice as a teenager, and now he's just getting into it at 60. I mean, I don't know where to start with this horse shit. This is PR. I mean, this is part of making the $20 million, right? It's 5-minute work, but you got to do this. And then you got to add your Hunter S. Thompson prose onto it to spin it.
That stuff, after you shave, smack it on your face. That's been with me for a billion years. what about Sauvage? What connects most with you about Sauvage? Well, oh God, man. Oh man, the thing that I most enjoyed about the process of making these short films is that there's an air of something unspoken.
We're supposed to believe these commercials are artistic now. What he's doing. We're supposed to believe there's something in it for you artistically. I think it was Josh that said you should have Edward Scissorhands walking with the wolves, and that's so much fun.
That would have been
That's
cool.
way better. That's way better.
That would have been so cool.
And then ask Tim Burton for permission to do it. I would be way better.
It's interesting, kind of an imagery and a thought representing the spirit or way of being, I suppose. It's sort of natural, primal rhythm. When Jean-Baptiste Modino wanted me to do that for the first one, I think back in, was it 2015 or something, I thought it was the most amazing way to represent a fragrance. Also, for me, it's kind of a different work, but I really appreciated it very much.
Did you hear what he just said? He actually said he sat back and thought about a way to represent a fragrance. Can you imagine spending any percentage of your brain thinking about how you're going to, at 60, how you're going to represent a fragrance? What the fuck did we listen to this guy? Where are we? How did we get here? Isn't this crazy? The man who did Ed Wood and Gilbert Grape simultaneously we're here now. I can't believe I can't believe I had to do that.
As to what we were doing. Jean-Baptiste was not in any way afraid to be abstract, because sometimes you have to be in order to tell a story that is abstract. There's imagery, there's subliminal stuff. But what I enjoyed the process is that it's all very deep, and it's very thought out with him, and always absolutely on the money. Correct. He's always correct. It was like kind of a freedom for me shooting things like that, because it doesn't follow.
He's over analyzing the perfume baron. Could you imagine? Spend a minute of your time psychoanalyzing a fragrance make. I can't believe what we're doing. I have to do it. This is an interview. This is like an actual new interview. So I'm reading this, and in its ridiculousness, it's actually fascinating. Because the more I hear it, the more irritated I'm getting. Oscar-worthy pile of BS. There's Johnny Meyer. Welcome, sir. If you have to, a bottle thrown at. Oh, this is Pellel's. This is Pellel's copyright skills at work. If he worked for, he goes, if you have to have a bottle thrown at you, why not Sauvage?
Formula. It follows thoughts and imagery. Do you smell and fragrance? Does it help you get into character at any kind? Oh, God, absolutely. I have a friend who's made fragrances for me for various characters for years and years. It probably started about 10, 12 years ago or something. It works because
guys, have you ever heard a more bullshit than what he just said? He now claims for 15 years he's had a fragrance guy making him smells to get into character. This goes back, what's 15 years ago? 10 is fucking 2008. So we're going. Okay, so Sweeney Todd, we have a fragrance guy for Sweeney Todd. Do you believe anything he just said?
No.
No.
And you guys have the best bullshit-ometer, maybe better than I. Who's more cynical than Kathy Scott? Who's seen it all in the prison system? You can't pull anything off on her. She's seen it all and done it all. If those prisoners can't get one over on her in Louisiana and Tennessee, that's the governor here.
Character now has his own scent, his own.
He's the same
something
one in
that
this interview that talks about all these. What's the old ones?
Frankenstein and
Aftershaves.
oh yeah, we just said it was Brute and Old Spice and everything. He just said that in the 2 paragraphs ago. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, let's jump from that to Sauvage.
Yes, right. There's no the most expensive cologne in the world to Old Spice. There's no in between at all.
Real device, really. Sometimes you pick up a fragrance and you smell your mom's cologne or perfume that obviously brings up some kind of memory.
Well,
And
this I agree with, but he's using in terms of like when you smell something like, oh my God, that reminds me of the arcade I used to go to when I was 13, that weird, cotton candy meets hot dog smell or something like that. That is his bullshit, but that is true. Like music does the same thing. When you hear a song, it takes you back to that place and time when you first heard it. If that's what he's trying to say, which that I get that.
To look at him now, since he's not running to the bathroom to lock himself in to get away from I bet he don't even take a shower every day. Much less think about putting cologne on.
He has no excuse because they give him showers. He gets the best of the best of the best of showers in some of these trails. And when you have 7 residences, you better shower 5 times a day like I do.
I bet he don't.
I told you my biggest nightmare, Kathy, is to be in prison when the ones that don't let you shower every day. That's my biggest fear. Not that the anal rape is fine. I can do that all day. It's the shower. If I can't shower at least twice a day, I'll go crazy. That's my biggest fear about prison.
You better go in there and you better be the biggest angel there is.
I'll use your clout, and I know that I'll be okay in any prison I go. I know your name permeates the entire prison system.
Got a memory, and you're directly somewhere else. Instead of using all your senses to help you travel to a place, you can relive those moments simply by a scent, a smell. It's like traveling in a more honest, organic way.
Pellel writes here, do you think he speaks as if he thinks everyone believes he's as deep and as interesting as he thinks he is? I do think that. I do think that he's been told that enough where it's deep in him and the people he hangs out with. I do believe he thinks his own hype, especially when it comes to depth, no pun intended.
I bet Jerry Judge is the only one that would stand up to him.
Yeah, that's a great question, Kathy. I wonder what Tates those two have had over the years over certain differences to do this and that, because he was with him during the good years.
And he would pick him up and move him.
Yeah. Did you know he killed someone, Kathy?
Who, Jerry?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we Sarah and I are thinking about going back to the old transcripts of the unsealed documents that weren't shown, and in them they reveal that Jerry Judge killed the guy in, I believe, England in some capacity. I can't remember what the circumstances were, but he killed someone in a fight, an actual fist fight, just hand-to-hand combat.
It's like they said during the trial. One of them said something about that last on the May the 21st. Something about Jerry saying, "Come on, boss, let's go."
Yes.
Jerry would have picked him up and took him out of there.
Imagine what a badass he was when he was in his 40s. Jerry Judge, right? I mean, this guy's like in his 70s doing that.
Yeah, but like Malcolm Connolly was in the prison services in England as well.
That's right.
And I would imagine him being Scottish, he was in some of the very hardline prisons.
Yeah, he was. That's exactly his background. I read that too.
Because they have a tendency, I think, to hire he wouldn't have been in the nice places. We'd put it that way. He'd been able to hold himself, and those guys don't get into high-powered positions, in those kind of protecting high-status clients unless you've had serious experience.
Is Malcolm Connolly in his early 70s?
I'd say at this point, yes, yeah.
I thought I heard that. I don't have his official age, but it looks. I read somewhere that he was in his early 70s.
Yeah, but where he lived, because where he gave his testimony from the trial, none of those houses are under where he said he lives now. None of those houses are under like £1 million, which
guys, ballpark for me. What do you think? Malcolm Connolly, Sean Bett, and the other guy with the hockey hair he looks like a goon. He looks like a Hartford Whalers goon from the 80s and 70s. Mark Gibbs. Ballpark for me. What do you think their salary is a year?
200.
That's a good guess.
Yeah,
that's good.
Because it sounded like Malcolm Connolly only gets paid when he's working directly for him. That they're not retained. I'd say 30 to 40 a month.
My favorite is Sterling Jenkins. That's my favorite one. That's my favorite.
Oh yeah. I would say dealing with Depp, I'd say Sean Bett would probably be the closest. It would.
He's head of security, right? So he would have to get the most.
He would be the one to be more like Jerry.
Yeah, he's the new Jerry Judge without question. He definitely is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, John O'Reilly. That's so true. God, he's so right about this. I don't know if he can be funny and truthful at the same time here. If you're in New York, the New York area, the train stations there. Oh God, Judy, you must get this all when you go to like Penn Station or any Grand Central, whatever. That smell, right, of like Charlie O's and Roy Rogers and Dunkin' Donuts with urine come all crashing together in one big ball of filth, right? That smell, right? You're immediately back to like going to a Knicks Sacramento Kings game in 1988.
No, everyone's got a shitty can of beer with a brown paper bag.
Yes, the brown paper bag. That's right. Getting on the train, going back to Syosset.
Is it? I believe it's got to be the same with music, is it not? Oh God! Well, for me, music has always been the fastest, most effective way to that feeling. An emotion to thoughts, or situations that you've lived, and if you apply those things to your work, you can live inside that moment you've experienced, like 30 years ago, or you can apply various memories to things. So music has always been super important. It was somehow connected with that lonely blues guitar. The beauty of it for me was that it was automatically rock and roll, but at the same time, oh God, it's Bach or Mozart.
I think there's corny pop music that takes me back to places much more than anything I would consider. Just like, oh God, I heard that at my my orthodontist office when I was 15. And it reminds me of when my best friend was next to me in the that type of stuff. It doesn't have to be something that you're, cool. Why it's always like too cool for school all the time, right? There's a Paul Abdul song, right? That's you heard like, oh God, that reminds me of going to Great Adventure, Six Flags or something. Does it have to be like cool all the time? Right? It doesn't have to be. Oh, my Ed Hospodar over here.
Sauvage is about wide open spaces. Where do you feel most yourself in the world? Oh God, that's an interesting question. For me, obviously my life is a bit different than other people's in the sense that I long to be able to go into the world and experience stuff, but to see stuff, to go to a bookstore or a store, but it doesn't really work that way for me anymore. So the things we've done together with DIOR, Jean Baptiste, Mondino, and myself represent these sort of wide open spaces, these possibilities.
That's such
every possibility that is out in front of you. There's a sense of solitude, but not a lonely solitude. It's kind of a Zen-like solitude that I feel in these little films. You don't quite understand the reason behind certain things.
Autobot says, does Depp really believe his own bullshit here? The overanalyzation of Cologne with this is crazy, expansive prose about the most vapid thing on the face of the earth, right? Cologne. Let's face it.
This sounds like, if I get by this, it's going to do a 180 on my life.
Yes.
And I'm going to be,
yes.
Yeah. I'm going to be rich now. I'm going to be intelligent. I'm going to get every woman I want. Like, oh my God, I can't wait to buy it.
But isn't that the promise of you're absolutely right. That's so brilliant. Isn't that the promise, right? If we take this, if we eat this, if we wear this, we are going to have the greatest life ever.
That's the whole point of advertising, and the only difference between advertising and propaganda is a political leaning. But also realize that the market for this is the upper echelons of Chinese society who like only wear designer stuff and only buy designer stuff and are a bigger market than Europe and America combined. So this is who this is aimed at.
They're cramming every like special word they can to fit in there, you know, another word to get you to buy it.
He is working his ass off to sell this and to make it as deep as it's not. And really, I mean, they love this. This is how you get $20 million for a half-hour work. How long do you really think it took to shoot that commercial? Half a day? Not even? And 20, I mean, that's what these guys, we talked about that before. Celebrities, there's no broke with him. When he lost 650 million, I thought when I was reading all the paperwork with the managers, I'm like, oh, all he's going to do is 5 commercials in Japan no one knows about and you're out of the green. His popularity, you're never stuck if you're him. Someone's always going to bail you out.
I think commercials only last 2 or 3 days at the most.
If
right?
that, yes. There's that wide open scenes. Who am I? Dixie Chicks over? Is that a Dixie Chick song? Wide open spaces. Is Depp talking about blotter, acid, or cologne? This could be like a Hunter S. Thompson rant, right? It does sound like Fear and Loathing.
Hunter would probably be sickened by this, right?
Oh my God! I think about that all the time. Do you think? What does Hunter S. Thompson say if he sees this shit?
Because he stuck to his guns up literally until the end.
Guys, I mean, you guys know Thompson pretty well, right? He's the very. Don't you think? Does Depp do this if Thompson's around? All the bad decisions seem to come when Thompson's dead. Thompson passed away in, I think, 05, 06. What do you think Thompson would say about this if he watched the trial? You know how different this goes? I mean, that's a guy who doesn't give a shit, who never bows to public.
I think he would have picked Penelope Cruz or someone else over over Amber.
Could you imagine Hunter S. Thompson watching like 14 hours of NFL on a Sunday, right, with the NFL ticket, and Depp Sauvage commercial comes on 6 times? How many times he would write him just this angry, drunken rant and then send it to him and technically he uses fax machines. But could you imagine Thompson seeing those Sauvage commercials?
I also have sorry about that. I think the whole text thing, I have an opinion on that, which is probably for another episode, but I think there's more to it than actually went into it, and it had to do with Depp not having not being in one country more than another.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot to do with that as well. Sorry, continue there.
No, Hunter would probably pick up the phone, call him screaming, "You're not making the rum diaries. You're not making Fear and Loathing." Like he would have completely. Because he more died an artist as far as I know than what Depp's doing.
He had one because Pellel's asking, Hunter may admit it to him as this is a cash grab, and if he admits to it, he will never admit to it. He's not once said this is a cash grab. Depp has not one time even come close to owning that this is a cash grab. What the one time Thompson sold out, I don't know if anyone knows this, he actually is a producer on Nash Bridges with Don Johnson and Cheech Marin.
That was a hit though. I feel like he was proud of that. I don't know.
According to Thompson, it was some bullshit. He just got drunk. Don Johnson is his next door neighbor in Aspen. And he was hanging out with him, and he's just like, Don Johnson's like, I don't know, I got this holding deal with CBS. What do you got? Give me anything. He's like, I don't know, Nash. I don't know, Nash Bridges.
Because it was quite cutting edge. I remember watching it at the time.
I never saw an episode. It might be good.
Me neither.
Mostly because it was kind of like his relaunch of Don Johnson's career, and it was actually quite edgy for, like
CBS or whatever.
Yeah, it was. Well, no, the way Miami Vice was cheesy, and this was more edgy.
Yeah,
because it was like it was to crime what ER was to medical drama, and ER was super edgy at the time.
Maybe I'll check it out. Maybe I'll give it a chance. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's good. But the whole first season, Don Johnson's compatriot wears a black armband because Jerry Garcia had just died. And my dad's a huge Grateful Dead fan.
Oh,
So
yeah, well, that's part of Cheech Marin, that is, from Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, exactly. And every time, what was it? Johnny calls his finger Chuck Berry, but I think he's the greatest failed Jerry Garcia impersonator ever.
Well, we got Joni's like a Nash Bridgeophile. This is crap. I've never seen anyone be so
I
passionate about the show.
only watched like the first series or something, but what you got, because Jerry Garcia's 2 fingers were cut off by his brother in a wood cutting accident.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so but he's still considered one of the best 70s, 80s guitarists ever.
Oh, I say that all the time. He's one of the most. I mean, as big as the Grateful Dead were, I still think Jerry Garcia doesn't get nearly enough credit as the master lyricist and musician that he is. I don't know why he's not brought up with the best. I actually would rather Depp play with the Grateful Dead than what he does now.
Yeah, but I think
John
some
Mayer
of their
does.
guitar solos are still going on because somebody hasn't smoked their way out of their back garden in the 70s. But no, I reckon yeah, if he did a Jerry Garcia biopic, Depp would be hilarious because he'd only have to take off 2 prosthetic fingers. He'd be grand like.
Thompson, if you watch TV, Thompson would shoot his TV if you watch it. That's funny, Autobot. That's exactly what he. Could you imagine sitting back with a huge gun and watching the trial?
There is a small chance that Thompson would be like, haha, you're stealing money from the man. Good job, Johnny. You know, like there's always a chance of that other.
He has a wacky mind. Yeah, you're right. You never know where he'll go. He could be thinking on those terms. Josh, there's no chance.
I always thought of him as an artist. He thinks he's an artist himself.
Most of the time he is. I mean, Thompson is like ridiculously revered amongst the Hollywood cool kids, the Hollywood elite, meaning like Nicholson and Sean Penn and Depp, all these names that you consider to be too cool for school. They all pilgrimage to Woody Creek, Aspen to kiss at the ring, as they say.
If we get to it, go on. Yeah, go on.
Like you said, if Hunter was here, AH wouldn't have got that part, and we wouldn't be in this situation.
Kathy, I can't put it any better. There's no way Amber would have gotten that far. His cynicism, his bullshit radar would have went up.
She did not get that part because she was a good actor.
She got that part because she came cheap, and she got that part because she memorized his biography. And when you go into a screen test, it's not really about acting. It's an interview.
He failed for it.
Yes, he did. He fell right into her feminine wiles and the bullshit, and it's really classic casting couch move. But I don't blame her. Like, if I were going for a part, wouldn't you research the person you were interviewing? If you really wanted it, right? You go, well, this producer likes this, this, and this. I'm going to go in there and pretend I'm a fan of the stuff they're a fan of. I think that goes on way more than we know.
I think she had the plan of all of this to start with.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're perfectly sure. Didn't she turn up to Kevin Costner's van at another shoot completely naked under her bathrobe, and he hunted her out?
Yeah, very similar situation.
Yeah, so there was that guy who was interviewed that she was being drug tested, but there was 1 or 2 other movies that she was the only one being drug tested on set.
Wow.
You got to remember, though, before we give Depp this pass that he's some victim here, number one, he cheated on Vanessa with her, right? That's number one. So he's with, and the kids hated him for it. Let's face it.
Yeah.
He pursued Amber. They had disconnected. So after the screen thing, he's fucking texting her all day and calling her. The guy that Amber Heard worked with on that knockoff of the Karate Kid, that MMA knockoff, Never Back Down. They said they were out at a bar, and Depp's calling her all the time while he was with Vanessa. So he pursued her incessantly all that time. Now, go ahead, Kathy.
Who was Johnny with from the beginning after Lori that wasn't so much younger than him?
The closest thing in age to him was probably Sherilyn Fenn. If I'm trying to think back, she's 2 years younger than him. That's the most age-appropriate relationship he's ever had. Sherilyn Fenn is in between. Yeah, definitely.
All of them. were so much younger.
Yes, is always a ridiculous and
even
getting worse.
even
Yeah.
Vanessa was 10 years younger.
That's I know we said yes.
Yeah, but what I would say about Vanessa had an equal career to him.
In her own French way,
true.
yeah.
And not even in her own French way. Like technically, like I mean, she was an equal to him career wise in a way that Christina Ricci definitely wasn't.
You could say that Winona Ryder had a bigger career than he did when they met.
At the time they were going
the reason that him and Vanessa stayed together as long as they did.
Yeah, the way Hollywood's always like, well, my career is better than yours. We can't be together because you're in a different. It's weird with I don't understand like Vanessa. I don't know enough about her French career to say because I only knew her. I would. This is like what we're doing here with the movie thing. I wouldn't even know who she was if it wasn't for him. I would have no idea.
Like Jola Taxi, the one that broke her when she was 15 or something. Like obviously I'm way younger than that, but like that was a hit all over Europe. Like
yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't even know that.
Like she was like, and it's in like if you say Vanessa Paradis, people know her name regardless, and then she was the face of Chanel for years.
Which is like that's the ultimate Nepo baby with Lily Rose, right? It's just ridiculous.
It is, but it's like like her face was on magazines. There's a really famous ad where she's like pretending to be a bird in a cage, and like that was everywhere.
Yeah.
So it would be like it was just so big, and she was the only one doing that because she wasn't exactly a model. She was a spokesperson.
Right.
She was too short.
And a singer.
So, and like you see, the thing is, France, you're talking people in North Africa, you're talking people in Belgium and Switzerland, like, and she had started on. She was established by the time Celine Dion broke into the English-speaking market. So
she started young.
She was dating Lenny Kravitz, and they met before. Depp knew her before that. He knew her from the earliest days of the Viper Room, before they were even together. I didn't even know that until recently. Yeah, I mean, I knew she was dating Lenny Kravitz, but she was at the fucking Viper Room with him before they were even together.
Yeah, there's interviews of her in French saying that how she was dreaming. She used to purposely go and have dreams about Johnny Depp to get him into her life. She was
right.
And but there was a really deep love. Like there's one interview. It's all subtitled. Like it's actually easy to get through. You can get it on YouTube, and if I find it, I'll send it on to you again. But they have this picture of Johnny. And she said, I can't look at him. I haven't seen him for a month. He's away shooting a movie at the moment. And then they talk about having, because Jack isn't that old at the time. He's about 2.
Yeah.
And she just talks about wanting to have more and more children with Johnny.
Jack's 21 now, I think. So that's 19 years ago.
I'm just wondering,
she did that long interview over in France too, didn't she?
She did like she was in she's in French movies. She's in she's done about 7.
She did a big magazine piece a little while ago, but she's very difficult to find stuff with.
Yeah,
she did a big interview about Johnny though.
Yeah, but it was a while.
That's one I think that's the one I'm talking about. It's a TV interview for like French morning television or something.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that was 13 years ago,
or
something like that. I think it was like 2010 or 07. 07.
07, yeah.
We covered it on here a little bit. I remember going back to it. That's exactly right. Autobot says Don Johnson, the Dakota Johnson he gave us. She's got a huge role in Black Mass, Dakota Johnson.
Yes, and she loves. There's a there's a little thing where they're doing the press run, and his finger is still healing from the Australia incident, and she's asking him about it, and he's fobbing her off, and you can see she doesn't believe his story.
Yeah,
it's like
I actually watched Black Mass because Dakota was in it. I didn't even know Johnny was in it.
Oh my God! That was your motivation to watch Black Mass, Dakota Johnson?
Yep.
That's some. I tell you, out of all the movies Depp's done, the overall cast in that movie might be the best he's ever been with, ensemble wise, and he's so strong in that you don't even care about anybody else.
Well,
It's crazy.
Dakota had just become so famous because of the 50 Shades.
Yeah. But that thing's got Benedict Cumberbatch, Kevin Bacon, Joel Edgerton. It's endless people in that.
It's a lot of them.
Bon Jovial, welcome, sir. He loves the show. Super Bowl for Aussie starts in about a few hours, and it's going to be mental. We'll have Pepsi Max for. Yeah, he loves Pepsi Max too. Well, I invited Bon Jovial on tonight. I was hoping to hear him and Joni in the same chat, but it was last minute, and I can't blame him for blowing it off for that. But he's always welcome, and he is a great talent, and we're lucky to have him. We're almost done here for this.
But it makes perfect sense if you just accept what's happening, like the wolves, those wolves in the 2021 campaign, for example. That was magic, I thought. And
hey, well said, Pellel. Pellel writes here: if someone can cheat with you, they will cheat on you. No doubt about it. There's no doubt. Or guys are only. We hate men on here, and we many times men are only as faithful as their options. There's a large percentage of guys that fall into that.
Feel the most myself in the world, and where do I feel absolutely normal?
Yes.
I suppose it's my place in the Bahamas, because it's an island and no one's looking for me. You got to have some kind of sanctuary, a safe place, man, where you can escape the scrutiny and the interest of others.
He has to know, like, you have like very, very middle to low, fans who are bourgeois reading this that can't escape to an island, that can't afford this perfume. Like, he has to know who he's. You have to have optics, self-awareness to know who you're speaking to, right? This is how you know Sauvage is telling him what Judy Tenuta said, what to say. Who's relating to this? We can all just escape to an island to find ourselves and get free of it.
Think of all the people in China.
He doesn't. He only thinks of Dustin Gwen.
A place where you just sit on a beach and read or paint or meditate or whatever.
Or Minamata. I'm sorry. He thinks about the mercury poisoning in Minamata.
Oh. That's freedom to me, man. That's the only freedom. What are your feelings about the ocean? Oh my God! Just the idea of being under, just free in the ocean with the wind pounding against you, the sun bounding down on you, and the shimmery ripples across the water, sparkles everywhere. It just cleanses your mind, man. The thing that intrigues me the most.
Now we're using the ocean to sell cologne. We're using Depp's imagery.
That's because he's on the island.
I know, but they're trying to use the ocean, that it's somehow linked to the scent of the cologne. That if you
they use whale musk, all of those things. That's why it's so expensive.
If you put the cologne on, it makes you lighter than water, and you really can't drown. So it makes your body density will make you float if you put the cologne on. It gives you kind of like an Aquaman
is
hydrodynamic,
basic, simplest way of living. I don't have a decadent lifestyle, believe it or not. Yes, I mean, everything boils down to a real simplicity for me. So when you're on the island, you're not at some swanky hotel. It doesn't look like the Four Seasons or anything like that. It should look like what it is. It should look like a simple island house. Nothing grand, nothing. Just simplicity. Sad seawater is a man unaffected by the passing of time. How do you feel about that idea? Oh my God. Everyone is going to be affected by the passing of time. But I understand in terms of the idea behind it. Which is to say that I've always felt better in myself by sticking to my guns about the choices that I've made. The racket that I've been in all these years is quite a competitive racket, isn't it? So I've never felt the need to be competitive with other actors or anyone else. I hate that idea. It's about who wins and what gets what.
Now, I guess it's noble to think like that. I don't really want to be, this is art. Well, he's shattered the artistic thing limb from limb in the last few years. Like I don't, but he's so like, how do I put this? He's in such a rarefied, privileged position as an actor where he gets the pick of the litter all the time. He doesn't have to, like, take a Johnny Meyer who's in our chat right now. He doesn't have to be competitive because he doesn't have to audition, right? He doesn't have to do those things. Some guys have to be competitive. In order to, if this is your passion, there are guys who have to scrap for every little role they get. He's in a position where they just throw every script imaginable at him. Competition is irrelevant to his world. He doesn't have to be competitive. You wouldn't
and
either.
on top of that, you have Tim Burton fighting your corner to get you
Everything
into the movie.
Yeah.
So
you don't have to audition. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to be competitive. He doesn't. You know what I mean? You can't relate to what his lot in Hollywood is something 99.995% of actors can't relate to. He doesn't have to be competitive. It's not he hasn't had to be competitive for decades, like at least 30 something years.
And who makes the most money and who's better than who and who's worse and who makes more and all that stuff. I don't care about any of that. If you care about any of that stuff, man, it's just counterproductive to the actual work.
But you have to care about it because you have a production company. You have to care about it. You have to care about who did what. How would you possibly cast a movie if you didn't know what they did? It's bullshit. He's lying. There's no way to not know that. You have to. I hear him all the time. He'll slip movie references in. I'm like, how did you? I thought you didn't watch movies. He's like, oh, I watched this guy's whole filmography. I'm like, well, you have to. You have to. In order to run a production company, to cast, to get the most out of everything you're doing, you have to know who's done what. You have to.
But
I don't care about the money.
His persona is to be aloof, though, so that's what he's doing.
Too cool for school.
Yeah.
Patrick Hasbrook said when he worked with Depp, even though he likes, he goes, it seems when he has to be the coolest guy in the room all the time, no matter what the scenario is, even when it doesn't call for it. So you're always on that mindset, right? Even when it's bullshit
that you're doing as an actor. An actor should do his best, sure. Be conscious of the things around him. Very conscious of the available things that you can use that are around him. But when I finish a film, I say goodbye to that character. I don't want to watch other people. Most of the time, not out of disrespect to the filmmaker, the less I'm aware of and who's hot and who's not and who's fucked up and who's this, the better it is. I prefer the ignorance to knowledge in that field. I I feel that I've been lucky enough to have had the opportunity to present some characters over the years and characters and scripts that I feel really had something. And I felt like I had something to add to them, something to offer. Do you have a beauty routine? Oh my God. I like Barbara Sturm products a lot. I don't have an actual beauty routine. I no, when you grow older and you gain a bit of knowledge, you understand kind of the way things work. It's like, you should take care of your body at least as well as take care of your car. Have some respect for the mortal coil, as it were.
Mortal Coil is no creative cul-de-sac, as far as I'm concerned, Joni.
How did you enjoy directing Modi?
What's that?
Sorry, what did you say?
I said Mortal Coil. What he just said is no creative cul-de-sac. What you just said.
No, Mortal Coil directly out of Hamlet. When we have shuffled off this Mortal Coil must make us wary to. Oh, I used to know.
They've always wanted Depp to play Hamlet, and
he's too old now. He needs to be 30, 40. I'll chime in later on. I have.
He was afraid of the Broadway aspect of it. He's never done Broadway, and I don't think he ever will.
Yeah, he doesn't like the stage directions.
That's what it. I mean, you could punch holes in that all day long. How can you perform in front of a crew of hundreds of people, but you can't do a Broadway play? You know, I think you're afraid to be exposed. You can't do take twos. But he's never done a play, and there's definitely something underlying behind it. You can analyze that forever.
Well, I directed a film.
And that, I always doing a play like you'd get bored, right? Doing that same shit. What do they do? 2 shows a day? Wouldn't you get sick of that after a while? That'd be tough to do that.
It's not even getting sick of it. It's really, really hard work.
I know it's hard. I know, definitely.
I know Daniel Craig basically goes between films and stage and films and stage all the time. And there's like people like Judi Dench and Helen Mirren do that as well, but that's their training because they go to stage school and they start off on the stage and then they go to movies. Yep. But people like Depp and a lot of the Americans actually, it was an interview with the cast from the Orient Express, and it was on the Graham Norton show, and it was really interesting because all the British actors, Kenneth Branagh was getting everybody to do a pub quizzes to like build up team morale, and none of the Americans were good at any of the Shakespeare stuff because they just don't do it at school.
Yeah. Yes.
You guys, yeah. Whether we do it at school, regardless if we're stage school, but if you're Judi Dench, if you're Kenneth Branagh, you go and you have to do the Gielgud, or what was known as the Globe, and you have to do Shakespeare in Shakespeare's place, and you have to do it because that's because you can who is it? Jean, what's his name? Patrick Stewart, and who's the guy who's Gandalf?
Ian McKellen.
Yeah,
Ian McKellen. They're all Shakespearean actors. They're known for their Shakespeare,
and you can tell
before they went into superheroes, and so this is what you're talking about. And I think Depp has the capacity, but it's the fear that's stopping him.
Yeah, I mean, he's never done theater, right? So it's a process he hasn't conquered. He's absolutely afraid of it, and you should be. You're right, and he can't handle that repetition. He can't handle that grind. He's used to the set of a movie, and that's just not something I could see him not thriving in that. I do think he could pull it off, but I think he couldn't take the boredom of it. Here he is.
You Homo sapiens and your guns.
Even as Magneto, right? You could see the Shakespearean in Ian McKellen.
You were just saying also American actors, a lot of them go to Hollywood at 18, or they do a year of college and then go to Hollywood. They don't take the time, like you said, of doing old plays and texts and stuff.
Yeah, because you see the system in the UK is you go to stage school. You leave school at 16 and you complete your high school at stage school.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so and Judi Dench and Helen Mirren would have been in the first generation after the war. They got you would call it a bursary, we call it a grant. They got money to go off to college.
Well, I'm not saying you can't be a natural talent, right? I mean, he obviously is, but there is something to be said for being comfortable in front of people and having the reps to pull off and analyze material and interact with people and what goes into doing that. There is definitely something to be said for the comfort of, like I said, the repetition of being in front of people, and where he just kind of jumped to the front of the line. It's a way different thing. And I think there's a lot of people who put the reps in, who put the time in, and like what you're describing, that have to be very bitter than when they don't get an opportunity because they have put the work in.
Yeah, and you have someone who's, well, Daniel Craig's like 5 years younger than him, but went through the same training that Judi Dench and Helen Mirren went through, and everyone. So he has a completely different take on it, and I think Depp actually probably got frightened by Kenneth Branagh. Literally, like, I wouldn't like to.
No, that's true. I was going to say during the set of Murder on the Orient Express, there's a famous story where Kenneth Branagh threatened him because he was on DEPP time and he was late all the time. And there's this huge ensemble cast and was banking on him. He's really only in it for 15 minutes. And Branagh read him the riot act. He was like, I know, I don't care who you are. I don't care what your legend. I don't care how many fans you have. If you don't get your shit together, I'm recasting it. If you're late one more time, you're off, and I don't care what happens.
Yeah, and you know, Kenneth Branagh was born in Belfast. You don't mess with Belfast people.
That's probably how it came off. He's probably like, you could look at someone and say, you don't,
because that's not his real accent. He sounds different when he's actually speaking.
Yep.
Like, yeah, like you don't mess with Belfast people at all. You get Jerry Adams on your ass, like.
Yeah, he actually has scenes with Branagh.
That is a good movie.
It is good. It's not my, again, it's when we get to it, it's a movie I would have seen if he wasn't in it. Never would have seen it.
No, I'm talking about Belfast.
Oh, I thought you meant Murder on the Orient Express.
Oh yeah. Belfast is a brilliant. Oh yeah, he did the movie Belfast. Kenneth Branagh. I haven't seen that. But yeah, it's a brilliant city to go to if you ever get a chance. But like, yeah, they're cut from a different cloth.
You know what? It's another brilliant city to go to. Syosset, Long Island.
1997, called The Brave. The experience wasn't the same. That was a very dark film, and the problem was I'd written it with my brother, and I'd also had to act in it because that was the only.
Real fast, Johnny Depp is someone I need to find more. I know a lot. I mean, I know what little there is to know about him. I think he's a school teacher at some point, and he co-wrote the screenplay for Depp's only directorial debut, The Brave. And he does he's these crime novels where David thinks it's based on Depp in a lot of ways, but he's kind of a writer, and Depp had to give him, I think, $70,000. We just read it in Christie's thing. So I want to see more on his brother in the future. I got to know more about his brother.
Way that anyone would even give us money for the film. So that's not something I would really recommend to anyone. So I thought after the film, I'm never going to direct again. Never. That was dumb. With this new project, Modi, Al Pacino, we did Donnie Brasco together. We got tight, and we've been pretty close to this day. And he had this project he was going to direct back in the Nebraska days, when everything went other ways.
You guys saw that scene he did in the Adam Sandler movie at the Sacramento King Laker game?
I have, and I want to, though. Is Jack and Jill I just read, right?
Yeah, they're sitting on a green screen at courtside in the front row. Depp sipping a soda with a Justin Bieber t-shirt. Pacino sitting next to him with a beard and a hat on, trying to be incognito, and the Jumbotron focuses on them and gives them, and then Adam Sandler comes down as the female version. They have this shitty dialogue, and it's a cute cameo. Depp's funny in it. He's very subtly funny.
Worth seeing, or just the like cameo is worth it?
Just the cameo. Just watch the cameo and don't watch anything else.
Thank you.
Just watch 4 minutes.
God, maybe like a year and a half ago, Al called me and said, "Hey, John, you remember that Modigliani thing?" You know what I was thinking, man? Would you wanna direct that? I want you to direct that thing. I'll play a part. And I just thought, great. I don't have to be in it now. Oh, that's the best. If I don't have to be in it, sure, I'll direct it all day. All I have to do is put together a cast that can deliver and just capture the moments, and then give me some kind of put together in a cutting room. It's just a lot easier when you don't have to look at yourself in your own mug on that screen.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Well, what is it you're passionate about now? Oh, God. Since I was a little kid, my escape from reality was kind of a piece of paper and a pencil. So I was always drawing, getting in trouble for it. Even
every question they ask him in this is leading to a promotion, how to link it to Sauvage. It's the strangest interview I've ever read with him. And he's just in this weird salesman mode while trying to look pained and artistic with it and deep. And it's always funneled through, how do we promote Sauvage, even if it's indirectly.
in school, I get yelled at by my teacher in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, for just drawing like, Frankenstein, Dracula, the Mummy, the Wolfman, weirdly dark things like those universal monsters, So drawing was always like a part of my life, and painting as well. I started painting a long time ago, but never thinking I was going to display my paintings or anything like that. It was just something for me to do and keep my brain occupied. Really, it doesn't make me any good. It's just a nice outlet.
And they show a picture of Lily Rose right underneath it. That's it. That's all. That's the weirdest interview to promote Sauvage. You got to wonder how many bottles of that shit do we move printing that interview in the China. What is it again, Joni? The South China
Morning Post.
Morning Post. With that circulation of all the outlets to give an exclusive interview, they choose that. I mean, he's asked all the time, every time for interviews.
Apparently, a bottle of Sauvage is sold every 2 or 3 seconds at the moment.
Is that right?
Yep.
It's crazy. Yeah.
It's every 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's the most popular thing at the moment. I mean, the last time I owned perfume myself was about 12 years ago, and about 3 years ago I bought a bottle of J'adore, which I have there, and if I remember to put it on, but I know people at work who have 3 or 4 bottles of like €100 perfume going at the whole time. I don't know how they have the spare money for it, but
yeah, you talk about expendable income.
Yeah.
That started during the trial.
Yeah.
It's selling every 3 seconds.
Yeah, right. That was during Fairfax when you heard that first. I know, Joni, when you put it on, you smell like a creative cul-de-sac. That's all you can hope for. I want to, before I get to we'll just play like 3 movies, I guess, and we'll end this. And you guys have been phenomenal. I want to play the Charlize Theron thing I was showing you. So this is Charlize Theron. This is Joni, who is weirdly turned off and hated her experience with Depp on The Astronaut's Wife. Listen to this. She's on the Bill Simmons podcast. I don't know why I'm the only one that ever heard this. So when I did hear this is years ago. This is 7 years ago, I guess. I'm like, what? And so I kind of cut the thing and I kept it and I made a video out of it. And this is her on Bill Simmons. Actually is he's one of the first people that had a big podcast in the days when not a lot of people had it. It was like him, Rogan, Adam Carolla, Mark Maron. And it's one of the first podcasts I'd ever listened to. Bill Simmons is more of a sports guy and who dabbles in pop culture. And this is him with Charlize Theron. So it's big enough where he can get guests like her and Matt Damon.
Yeah, if it came, like if I was, surfing and it came on, I would watch like a few minutes of it, but I don't think I could do the whole thing.
Dance Papers of Shanghai, it says Josh.
I don't know how I'd feel because I'm not an actress. Or an actor. Astronaut's Wife. Unless you want to talk about Mighty J. Young.
I'm here to talk about what you want to talk about.
Well, you pick. I'm ready to move to The Astronaut's Wife
because
I thought that was kind of underrated
great.
too.
Yeah.
Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
What'd you learn from Johnny Depp?
He's an amazing actor. He was, I think, the first like crazy super intimidating actor that I ever worked with. He's intimidating.
Intimidating because he's such a good actor, or there's something intimidating about him personally?
Yes, he's a great actor, and he's got tremendous talent. But he comes to work with this presence, this thing that's very Johnny Depp-ish, and it's intimidating. And if you just veer on the other side of, being in his good graces, it's not pretty. So it was intimidating.
What's going on here, guys, right? What is this? Is this the weirdest quote? This is when things aren't going well. This is a bad time for Depp, as could be for him. I have my own thoughts about this. Sarah had her thoughts. She had a good take on it. But this is weird, right? I mean, already it's just like, what is she doing here?
What year was this?
This is 2015, 16-ish.
Right. Okay. So
right in the mush of TMZ.
Yeah.
I would say I really do believe he had trouble with that character. I didn't love his acting. We're probably going to go over it tonight, but yeah, I think he was having trouble with that part personally.
Yeah, we'll see. I have a theory. It's who knows.
So it was intimidating. Nothing happened, but when you work on a film, I think people don't realize it's like any kind of work environment. After day 30 or 40, it can get you're sleep deprived and all of this stuff that, and I think we had one moment with one scene, and he wasn't very happy with how I kind of saw it, and yeah, he did this thing that was very intimidating, where he just kind of like, he didn't scream, he didn't yell or anything. He just is not like cool, like, you know, I don't even know you kind of thing. I was like, oh God. All right. But then you go to work and he's like, you know, he's one of the top 10 actors in the world. So I felt really privileged to be able to make that movie with him.
When you're in a movie with Johnny Depp, especially when you're younger and you haven't totally established the gravitas yet, do you feel like you have to go get lunch with him or feel him out, or is it just like you show up on the set and you go?
You know, the director took me to meet him. He was working on something, I forget what it was, and I think we did have lunch in his trailer, and he was super lovely and super warm. He's a very warm guy. Like, he's very, very warm. And I think a lot of him turning is actually because he is so warm.
Yeah.
And I think he's super sensitive. I think when he feels like somebody's wronging him, he takes it very seriously. But we didn't, you don't get to hang out that much. I think people think that we're like, you know, like we're not like bands on the road. Or what I imagine that lifestyle would be, where you hang out a lot. Like, you work long hours and you sometimes work 6-day weeks, and it's not a lot. You don't have a lot of, or I can't do it. I don't have the stamina for it.
It's got to be more fun now that there's the internet. When you're stuck in a trailer for 6 hours, like, what'd you do in 1999? You're like reading magazines and books and.
What did I do?
That's a good point. About the internet. How did you killing time is so much easier now. That's pretty much the extent of it. What do you guys think about this? I think he's intimidating. I think I think this happens with him, and I think this was a clash he had with Ma Wen on the set of Jean du Barry. He can't handle her attempt at character analyzation or creativity, that she was pushing back and he's not having it. It's a weird comment.
Yeah, I don't know enough about my Wen thing, because I have a feeling with my Wen, a lot of it had to do with he was actually pushing himself, performing in French, and he was performing in 18th century French.
Right.
And I'd say if you came across him while he was trying to like focus on his lines, he give you the run.
Yes.
Out of the trailer. So, but I have to look into that more. I think with Charlize, yeah, I think he's going through a lot of personal stuff, and she's definitely, I think that's around the time she's doing Monster as well. So her star is just on the rise.
It was on the rise. Yeah, very much so right at that time.
So she's still junior to him. And
she's coming at him like going, "Oh, my interpretation of Jillian is this, and I think she should do this," and she's getting all, you know, like ridiculous. And he's like, you could see him like rolling his eyes. Right.
Remember, they couldn't afford her on the Rum Diary. That's why she didn't get picked. And maybe
that's right. That's right.
Maybe he's going, if I picked you, my life would be different now.
That's a great point.
But what about also his character also was like possessed by an alien, and he's like, in the whole movie he's kind of evil, or it's like,
shifty and moody, and what's going on here.
He's a method actor.
He could have just been in the zone, but or he could have been being a dick. I just don't know, you know.
He claims to not be a method actor. He claims that he can turn it on and off as he needs fit. He's not Daniel Day-Lewis, who's staying in character. He claims that he can turn it on and off.
So in between like Black Mass, when they're not shooting, you think he's like making jokes and having fun? It's possible.
There have been movies where he claims to. Go ahead. Let's go.
Yeah, so I think he maintains an accent, maybe if it's very different or whatever. But you see, a lot of the interviews I read around Black Mass is that like he basically was in character on the set the whole time, and that most people, when they met up with him out of character for the press runs, they were like, then they all went fangirl. Even Benedict Cumberbatch said, and when
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I'd set our friendship back 6 months because I finally met for Johnny Depp.
Sarah and I were talking about this. We had a theory that if you did go all method with Whitey Bulger, there would be validity to him being abusive with Amber Heard. because you would be carrying Whitey Bulger characters does nothing but slap women around. So you're kind of carrying this thing around with you that if you're emboldened by the persona of Whitey Bulger, wouldn't you take that into your personal life with you?
Yeah, and it's funny because I was reading. I only use the term method actor. I was reading some bio on him, but the sentence Johnny Depp is widely considered to be a method actor was followed by a picture of Barnabas Collins.
Which is G. Canada's favorite movie,
how
Dark
do
Shadows.
You method act a vampire?
I don't hate that movie.
I do.
Sorry?
We'll go over that. I know not tonight, but I maybe I could change your mind.
I hope you do. I welcome the challenge. I hope you do. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of elements with me that disliked. Why I like this Dark Shadows. It was a lot of the redundancy of the Burton collaboration had gotten old. The accent, the goth, as Richard Roper called it, the goth-zotic Burton accent had gotten old. And I just thought the remake of that soap opera no one cared about. Avengers came out on the same day, and I was way more focused on that.
You're gonna like this. Like, you know, he's like Captain America. He's waking up, 40 years later.
There was a Steve Rogers element to that. Yes, right.
That was
Man at a time. That's right.
The first half hour was pretty funny, but we'll go over it another day.
So here, actually, that's closer to what the American accent was in the 1700s than it is now. So
that movie was set in 1970s New England.
Yeah, but Barnabas Collins isn't from 1970s New England. He's from 1770s New England.
Did anyone here ever see the soap opera? I didn't know it existed.
No, I've just seen pictures.
Yeah.
No, I only heard about it through interviews with him and Tim Burton.
$220 million budget on that movie.
Wow.
Now you know why the terrorists hate us. This is The Brave. We stopped at Donnie Brasco. This is the movie we just talked about, and I think Kathy Scott just watched it. I had gotten it, and when it came out,
I just watched it for about the 5th time.
Okay, good. She's seen it 5 times. That's excellent. And he directed this. He co-wrote it with his brother. This came out right around. It's a weird release. It's hard to say exactly when it came out because it never really came out. We'll say 97, 98. I had the DVD for it. And it really was never released. And this is The Brave. And here we go.
No one knows how we came to Then there's
goes into the sunset.
No, it's not. No, it's not. What the hell was that?
No, that's Brave, the movie.
Oh, yeah, the Disney movie. That's pretty funny.
I downloaded it.
You did that on purpose.
I didn't even do it as a joke.
One of my favorite animated movies.
That was pretty funny, though.
I downloaded it and didn't look at it. So I was just like downloading trailers and not looking at it. Holy shit.
Can you even... I thought it's all like in America, you can't see a single frame even.
What is of the trailer?
I've only seen clips of it. I
know, I want to see it.
You're both welcome to. I have the whole movie.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to it without question.
Actually, the Rolling Stone article, because I got locked out of Rolling Stone, I left it up too long, and now I'm locked out of Rolling Stone.
Somebody in Australia emailed it to me.
That was Bon Jovial.
Friends in Australia are the best.
Okay, here we go. I got it here. I got to do the YouTube way. I always like to. It's just easier for me to download it and put it in one folder. Here it is. Tell me if you see this.
You see, there's pain.
Yep.
When we come into the world at birth, so it's fitting that should be pain at the end of it. Sort of transfiguration, the completion of an equation. It is the final measure of bravery to stand up to death. Exquisite anguish.
That's it. That's what a weird. Now, if you're looking at that trailer, what are you thinking? Like, can you really get a beat on that movie from looking at that trailer? Those who saw it, Kathy, you go first. Would you have seen this if Depp wasn't in it? When you binge watched his whole library?
Nope. I wouldn't have.
And what do you think of it now? I think you've seen it more than I have. Isn't that crazy? I never thought I'd say that. She's seen The Brave. I've seen it 3 times. How many times have you seen it?
Probably about 5.
I've seen it 3. And what do you think of it now? Give 1 to 10.
I'm gonna say a 6.
Okay, that's a lot to see a movie 5 times if you're only giving it a 6. That's pretty good. What are your thoughts?
I think I'm trying to figure out where they come up with the concept to make the movie.
He's obsessed with the American Indian culture because he's 150th Cherokee, and so he wanted to accentuate, to be too cool for school, you have to accentuate the Cherokee Indian side of yourself.
But to live in a dump, and the whole thing is to get your family out of there.
Yeah, it's a weird, right? The plot's bizarre.
The plot's exactly, and I mean, you got this one guy running in this wheel. They're trying to drill for oil, which was totally.
Oh, you know who that was, Kathy? Max Perlich.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at they had some people in it.
Yeah, the cast is really interesting if you go through the whole thing.
But their roles and what they were doing didn't make a lot of sense of why they did it.
I don't know if it was Judy Tenunu or those were the days, Kathy, of the independent movies that came out in the 90s where they liked not making sense because it looked, and Depp, whether it was Arizona Dream or Dead Man, it had this tone where it was cool to not make sense, to do non sequitur stuff like that movie has in spades. And that was the tone of the 90s, the IFC kind of move where the more eccentric. Jim Jarmusch does a lot of this. The cooler you look, and there's a lot of that in that movie. That's very true. The guy Max Perlich,
in French and German cinema as well. It's a very big. It's like you have to think and join the dots. They don't give you the whole thing like a typical Hollywood movie.
Right.
I've only seen clips of it, from a complete outsider standpoint, because the only other time I've actually seen Native American culture and the reservation being represented was, I'm ashamed to say, Twilight movies.
That's all right.
And it's like, the whole aspect of people living outside, culture living outside a culture. We have that with the traveller culture in Ireland, and the poverty and the squalor is always kind of accentuated in different ways. Even if it's connected with reality, it's always kind of objectified in a way.
Joni, don't feel bad. The only thing I knew about Native American was Apache Chief from the Super Friends and Spirit from G.I. Joe. So better. I mean, I'm no better than you.
Yeah,
well, without giving away the movie, he takes his whole purpose is to try to get his family out of
poverty,
where they're at.
Right.
I mean, none of them have jobs.
Right.
They're doing everything right there, and he wants to get his family out.
He's an ex-con, right?
He's an ex-con. He's an ex-con. But the things he does, okay, I get up. His wife's in the bed. He's got this routine. All you see him do is fix her a cup of coffee, look at the kids, set it down by the bed, and walk out.
Yeah.
I mean, what is he doing?
Right.
That's his whole day.
He's in purgatory. He's just lost, and you're kind of like in this Native American purgatory where you're sort of hopeless that you have no options, is how they portray this whole this Native American. It's almost like Mastic Shirley, John O'Reilly's at right now.
So why not go to who is the older Indian?
Captain Jake was in that movie, by the way, from Jump Street, Frederick Forrest.
Yeah, he was. But the older Indian with the long white hair.
Yeah, Red Crow is his name.
Yeah.
He's like a.
What was he to Johnny in the movie?
Just like a mentor that doesn't do anything for him. Just gives him a lot of nonsense.
So why not go to him
Right.
and get a simple way to get out? Surely
It's
he's got sense.
yeah, and you the whole. So what
Without
Kathy's saying is the premise of this movie is, and the way they write it out as a plot description is, he has to take a role in a snuff movie by Marlon Brando, who is this weird mystic producer who's only on. Is it 50 grand? Is that what
50 grand,
Yeah.
and then he throws a big party.
And he throws a big party. The 50 grand is supposedly supposed to get this entire Native American commune out of poverty. The whole commune. 50 grand. That's the plot of the movie. If a snuff movie is you agree to get killed in the movie, you're sacrificing yourself for $50,000
You're
to
going to
get
get
this
beat
Indian.
and tortured
Right.
to see how much pain you can take
There's
before
no
you
other
die.
way to do this.
Yeah, like there seems to be there was this whole underground thing, particularly in the 90s and early 2000s, of that.
Yeah, snuff movies,
snuff
right?
Movie subgenre, but yeah, apparently it actually got really good reviews. Like they loved it at Cannes in the theater watching it.
Yeah,
and
the
then
people
the
that walked
reviews
out.
came out, panned it.
Right.
So
he felt backstabbed like Stephen Roderick. Like, oh, you liked it at the screening of it, but then you destroyed me in print because you didn't have the balls to do it in person.
And is it the first
Exactly.
emergence of Depp, like giving his family like that his brother was in on the project?
Yeah, you wonder if his brother's screenplay, right? If his brother's role in it was so precious, he couldn't tell his brother, "This is stupid. Come on, this is so preposterous. We got to rewrite this," and he just went with it. Johnny Meyer, by the way, here he worked. He was actually on this. He's an actor, Johnny Meyer here, and he's with Depp. He worked in Ed Wood. He had a bit part in Ed Wood, City of Lies, and I'm forgetting something. There's one other shit. I'm forgetting another one. Forget what it was. And he says that here Depp does have that presence. I felt it. He said that he was around him mostly in Ed Wood on a sidewalk scene. He's back in Charlize Theron.
Johnny, like I mean, Johnny Meyer, in a theater with 12,000 people, you could fucking feel it. Excuse my language.
It is intimidating.
And I've never I haven't been to a movie premiere, and I haven't stood outside a soundstage door looking for his autograph. I've been in concerts with 90,000 people, and felt it with somebody on the stage who I've been really wanting to go see for years. But like to go there and have like Steven Tyler and Alice Cooper, who have like huge careers, and like literally see him, and every single person in the audience, even the goth people who only had Alice Cooper t-shirts on, were turning to see Johnny Depp.
Right.
That blew my mind.
I know you're a huge Montreal Expos fan, Joni. So Josh Foster says, Steve Rogers, who am I? Warren Cromartie over here. That was for you. Back to so Joni, would you see this movie? Let's put Skeet Ulrich in place of Depp in this movie.
Because I don't like the idea of snuff movies.
I agree with you. Judy Tenunu.
Yeah. You just guys reminded me. I remember at the video store there was a movie called Faces of Death, and yeah, it was like seeing horrible things. I guess so I do remember that time in the 90s. But you're right. I was going to say the same thing. Like snuff film. I remember reading about this movie in like Premiere Magazine or Entertainment Weekly, and yeah, I didn't like what I was reading, and also, by the way, Nick Cage also did like a snuff film kind of film called 8mm.
I remember that.
So, but yeah, this, like I said, I'm with Joni. I didn't want to have anything to do with this.
I don't think the levels that I had to go through to see that movie. This is like my fandom goes above like the bullshit platitude I say about the astronaut's wife all the time. I'm leaning into it. But with the Brave, I had to like mail away for a European copy of the DVD in 1998 and 99.
All
Just go to
regions,
the
yeah.
post office with a $30 fucking cent. It was ridiculous the level I had to go to watch this movie when it came out. I'm like emailing people and getting, it was crazy.
And did you feel like you wasted your money?
No, I
Okay.
needed to see what he would have directed.
Yeah.
He directed short things before. He directed that thing called Every Cake Neil and the video with John Frusciante with the called Stuff. So he's right, but not a full film. I needed to see. I've been reading about the formation of the Brave for years in articles. I needed to see this. So I cannot express to you the level of high maintenance bullshit I had to go through to watch it at the time. And it never really came out. It just didn't. And this next one is how it all started. And really, this movie is why and how we got Amber Heard, not the Rum Diary. It is this.
Panic. Here I was, alone in Las Vegas, completely twisted on drugs. No cash, no story for the magazine, and on top of everything else, I had a gigantic goddamn hotel bill to deal with. I'm a relatively respectable citizen.
This movie is riddled with copyright dings and that old dinosaur rocks. I don't care. I might trim out the trailer if I get a copyright, but we're watching it and I'll do it later.
Multiple felon, perhaps, but certainly not dangerous.
I own the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, public
Mick Jagger.
domain.
Public domain. I own everything Keith Richards have, the entire Rolling Stone library, Bianca Jagger. I own it all. I own Martin Scorsese movies. The cameos in this movie are insane. A lot of people forget that Cameron Diaz is in the elevator, and Tobey Maguire, right? Mark Harmon. Remember him at the bar when they're talking about. Do you think Depp's relationship with Keith Richards got the Rolling Stones to sign off on giving them that music?
Probably.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you did. Summer of 1998. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, 1998. I saw that in theater probably before I had it on DVD and everything else. I probably saw it 6 times in the theater. Again, arbitrarily, in terms of capturing the book, it did a magnificent job. They were slavish about it. From Terry Gilliam's directing, just a frame for frame, amazing portrayal of what that book is. It's amazing what they could pull off. Bill Murray actually did it first in Where the Buffalo Roam when Thompson went to the Super Bowl. I would not have seen it if Depp was in it, but I would like to think that I would have seen it.
Do you give that movie a thumbs up? Because I never seen it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Buffalo?
It's when you read the book, I recommend reading the book first.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet.
Watching how close they get to the book, which is incredible. Again, one of Depp's truly best performances. The movie itself won't get recognized for maybe what it deserved. He is absolutely out of body, chameleon at his best. Benicio del Toro, the people that are in it, I've seen it. It's the best movie to get drunk to if you ever do into that. But the name of this show is Would You See It If Depp Wasn't in It? And I can't honestly say that I would have. So I'm going to say no, I wouldn't have seen it. He made me see this movie, and he made me get into the Thompson world. Let's go with Kathy Scott. Would you have seen this if Depp wasn't in it?
No.
What do you think? I assume you have seen it, though.
I think his acting was good, but it's not my kind of movie.
No, it's not a lot of people's kind of movie. It's very, again, it fits in a lot of what the 90s was going for back then. That independent, avant-garde weirdness, like we were saying, with scenes that don't make sense. And there's a lot of non sequitur, hallucinogen bullshit in that movie that you got to be into.
He had to put in a lot to make it look like he did.
Yeah, they really left it all on the screen. They really did the most they could do with that budget. I think I was looking at Box Office Mojo. It had a budget of anyone want to guess what the budget was?
All I know is, unfortunately, it was a bomb. That's what sucks.
Yeah, budget $19 million.
Oh, okay.
It grossed internationally. It didn't do anything outside of America. $10.6 million.
Ooh.
That's what it made here. Even with his name on it, he hadn't had a Sleepy Hollow is going to be the next hit, right? So he hadn't had, I think up until that point, Donnie Brasco was the biggest money maker in terms of just international box office, that and Scissorhands. And that's not a big take, he had not had a huge hit by this point.
But it did, obviously it's a cult classic now, like everyone watches it and loves it.
Yes.
They pretend they saw it in the theater like us, but they didn't.
That's right. He's so right. Judy Tenuta's so right. It's become a cult classic, and everyone, just like Ed Wood, like everyone pretends that they saw it in the theater when I'm the one who accounted for 50% of the box office individually in Patchogue, Long Island.
I'm that half a person who actually saw The Libertine. So, like, there you go.
Oh, wow. You saw that in the theater?
Yeah.
That wasn't released in America really much.
Yeah, like because you see, I'm the total opposite. I'm not into all the superhero stuff that goes on. I love a good costume drama. Yeah. So anybody in a wig, I'm there. I absolutely loved it. But Fear and Loathing, I got it on DVD maybe 2007 or something. And I like movies portraying that part of the 70s and stuff like that and everything. I've read some Kerouac, and I was familiar with Johnny's appreciation of the Beat Poets, but Hunter S. Thompson was new on me at the time. But I was glad. I really do like it, and I think it's his pull power that got all those cameos in there for sure. Like, I mean,
Cameron Diaz, Penn Jillette.
I remember she was
Tobey Maguire.
Something about Mary at the time, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was a big star at that by then. Definitely. Would you have seen it if Depp wasn't in it?
I can't say no, because I'd have picked it up, because you see, I started college in 2000, and it was all about like Kill Bill and all those movies.
Yeah.
So I would have come across it.
That's a good, right.
We studied Train Spotting at college, like.
Yeah. That's in the same vein, the glorified drug movie where you get drunk to it or get wasted to it. That definitely fits in with the college movie, or even like out of college, like your 20s, where you're sitting around with friends watching movies that make you want to get wasted, and that's one of them.
Yeah, and the 70s fashion was in and all of that, so it was all, and that 70s shows on TV and all of that.
You got a compliment from G Canada, Joni. Who's the Irish? God, I love that accent. Brings back fond memories of a gorgeous place. It's amazing there. He's about to make fun of it.
I'm glad. I'd love to have a conversation about where you are. I've been to Montreal and Quebec, G Canada, and I haven't been to the English-speaking part of Canada, unfortunately.
Oh no, he's going to go into the healthcare system and.
Oh, don't worry, it's better than ours. Believe it or not.
He's going to compare
I'd like
the two
to
countries.
tie in one thing before we finish up. As you know, it was my birthday 2 weeks ago, and I found out that. I found out through watching your show about the Discord, and I sent 3 questions to the Discord and had them answered yesterday.
On the Deppening Discord?
No, on Johnny Depp's actual.
Oh,
Discord.
okay. Who answered them for?
He did.
Did he really?
What?
Yeah, well, he obviously probably got someone to type them in, but it's exactly what he would say.
I cannot wait. Do you have it in front of you, or do you want to wait till
I have
next
it right
time?
in front of me.
Okay, good. Before you do, Benicio del Toro is great in a movie called Reptile. I do not know that, Kylo, and I will watch that. I like to support Benicio whenever I can. Go ahead, Joni. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem, not at all. I have 3 questions, and as it's my birthday, I have the courage to ask. Here it goes. Bats are lovely creatures. You seem to have an affinity with them. What had Hunter S. Thompson against stopping in bat country? Answer. Bats are indeed fascinating creatures. Oh, sorry. 3 intriguing questions, my friend. Let's dive in. Bats are indeed fascinating creatures, symbolic of mystery and transformation. As for Hunter S. Thompson and his hesitation towards stopping in bat country, well, I can understand his perspective. Bat habitats can be quite unfamiliar and unpredictable. Perhaps he had concerns about venturing into the unknown, where danger and chaos would lurk. But remember, sometimes it takes entering into the unfamiliar to uncover extraordinary experiences. Question number 2. My favourite vignette in Sweeney Todd is the seaside scene where he and Miss Lovett appeared like a pair of unstrung marionettes. What's your favourite movie scene in cinema and why? Answer. The artistry of cinema. It's challenging to pick just one favourite scene amidst the vast tapestry of films, but if I had to choose, it would be Fred Astaire dancing on the ceiling in Royal Wedding. It is a mesmerising display of creativity, defying gravity, and pushing the boundaries of what's possible. I'm always drawn to moments that showcase the limitless potential of human imagination and skill. And the final question. This is me being cheeky. When are we going to see you in a Shakespearean play? My suggestion is Prospero from The Tempest. It's got shipwrecks. What's to lose? And the answer, a Shakespearean play, you say? The Bard's works have had a profound place in the world of theatre. While I have never portrayed a character in one of Shakespeare's plays, I am certainly open to exploring such opportunities. Prospero in The Tempest does sound intriguing indeed. The themes of power, magic, and transformation perfectly align with my artistic sensibilities. And yes, shipwrecks add an extra layer of drama and intensity. Who knows what the future holds? It would be a wondrous voyage into the realm of Shakespearean drama. Thank you for the birthday courage to ask these questions, my friend. Keep embracing your curiosity and celebrating life's little adventures. Stay blessed and keep spreading love and music.
That's phenomenal exchange. Hard-hitting, original questions you asked him. What was my takeaway from would you like to see the Hollywood Vampires cover Lionel Richie's Dancing on the Ceiling after that? That's all I can think of.
I did watch the scene he mentioned, and it's really cool because they build a room, and it looks like he's dancing on the ceiling, but he's dancing around a revolving drum of a room. It's really cool.
When the bat question, did it seem like Bruce Wayne was answering that question and not Depp? Isn't that kind of the origin of Batman, right? The fascination with bats when he explains. It was a lot of similarities to that.
Yeah, it was like because I know, isn't there that story where he actually has the stuffed bats in the bag and he gets done for drugs from the airport?
We're doing a show which Judy Tenuta is in on, like all the different comic book roles that Depp was rumored to have that never came to fruition. You would be shocked to see how many. It's just virtually everybody from the Riddler to Bruce Banner. It's amazing that Tim Burton could start the really resurgence of Batman, popularizing a dark Batman, and Depp never actually does a Batman movie with him amongst his whole life. It's really bizarre. Like, it never really happened. He was rumored to play Dick Grayson too when they for Batman Returns, and they didn't do Robin.
Yeah, I've thought about that as like, what if Depp was in Batman or Mars Attacks or Planet of the Apes? I have thought it would have been interesting. But sorry to digress.
That's
not at all. I mean, there's one thing about that movie, the Batman movie. First of all, it re-energized Batman so much because
in a major way, yes,
like unreal, like and it also kind of brought Prince from the Purple Rain era into completely
yes, the Bat Dance, yes.
Remember Howard?
Yes, that fucking Prince. Forgot about
like,
that.
Even the video for Bat Dance, Prince has the bass, he has the rhythm guitar, and he has the keyboards, and he's just effortlessly going through them, and it's like
I gotta watch that video again.
It's actually mind blowing. Just to watch it, you're like, and it's normal for him because, like, obviously he can play 27 instruments, and I'm like, there, I can play the tin whistle, fuck's sake. But Tim Burton's in the middle of all of that with his art background, and it's like this apex of all this creativity, and then that allows Edward Scissorhands to be made.
This is a movie called
in the right place at the right time throughout the, like, literally Amber Heard is the single bad karma moment in his entire career.
Mm-hmm.
This is a movie called L.A. Without a Map, and he has a cameo in this. Should we watch this, or you think it's not necessary because it's a cameo and it's not him carrying it, and is it a waste of our time? The little cameos like L.A. Without a Map and Can Man, where he's in it, but it's certainly without question I wouldn't have seen these if he weren't even had a cameo. They weren't really released in the theater. Do you want to watch those, or you want me to jump to Ninth Gate?
Wait, Arm. I didn't get to say my Fear and Loathing.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, you didn't? I thought you got it. No, go. By all means, go ahead, please.
Just
go
quickly,
ahead.
I would have seen it in the theater. I'll tell you why. Is that Terry Gilliam? He did 12 Monkeys and Fisher King and Time Bandits. I would have definitely, because of his artisticness and, like you said, the drug. Like when you're a kid, a drug movie. So like I would have gone.
It really makes drugs and alcohol look good. It really does. It really makes it glorifies it.
Benicio is incredible, and if Sarah still hasn't seen this yet, we have to get her to see it.
She hasn't seen it. I know she still hasn't seen it.
That's a crime.
That's a great thought by you, that the Terry Gilliam factor doesn't come up nearly enough. Like, he is actually like a really, really, he's got his little cult following, and he has a really solid, eccentric, wacky film career. I mean, that in the best possible way. He does have a fan base, right? So if you're a fan of the genre of Terry Gilliam films, would you have seen that anyway? Were Terry Gilliam fans disappointed by the movie? Those who like the other stuff.
I'd have gone to see it for the Terry Gilliam.
That's a good answer.
I studied Monty Python and the Holy Grail for my undergraduate thesis.
Oh, very cool.
Monty Python.
So, like, that's why I put Depp Adjacent as the title in my thing, because, like, I didn't know any of these connections until relatively recently, and I was like, I've been living a parallel Depp life. This is weird. But yeah, The Fisher King is one of my favorite movies, which is also Arthurian legend. It's straight out of King Arthur.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Go on. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Sorry. Please.
Oh no, please. Did Kathy go too? I don't know if she said anything.
She did.
Okay, sorry.
She did. Kathy, you fully commented on Fear and Loathing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
You want to skip to the Ninth Gate and skip the cameos?
Skip the cameos.
We'll skip the cameos. It's not worth it. That doesn't really count for what we're doing. The way I put him in here anyway, and I shouldn't have. He's got cameos called The Vicar of Dibley, which is a show in England.
Yeah, Vicar of Dibley. Yeah.
Right.
Should I see any of these mapped to the stars or whatever?
It's worth it just for his cameos. It'll be 3 minutes. It's not.
But
LA Without a Map, Can Man. I think Jim Jarmusch is in there with him. Let's go to the Ninth Gate, and we'll end at The Astronaut's Wife. This is the Ninth Gate. This is, again, Roman Polanski. His weird, he's got some of the worst friends in the world. He loves outlaws, and this Roman Polanski, it's a Woody Allen pass. God knows why. His filmography is not good enough for you to give him a pass on anything, if that's what you're going for. Anyway, he comes back out of touch, does the Ninth Gate, recruits Depp, supposedly reintroduces him to Vanessa Paradis, and that's how they got together. This is 1998. The Ninth Gate came out in American theaters. It was... I'll look up what it did box office wise after this. face, guys. Is that not Tony Stark, Judy?
Definitely, yeah,
Right. That's right away. I'm like, the first thing I thought of was like that he could play Iron Man.
He would have been cool.
And he almost got it. And it was a clashing with pirates that he didn't, and then went to Downey.
Really?
Favreau thought of him first.
Oh.
James Russo, straight ahead. He's in Donnie Brasco. He's his friend. He had to bail out. He had to stay from foreclosure with his family. So he's throwing roles at him here. And he's in this. He's in Donnie Brasco. And he is in Public Enemies. And possibly one more thing. James Russo, straight ahead. Okay. Kathy, would you have seen this if Depp wasn't in it?
Yes.
You like this kind of supernatural thriller thing and this genre? It's based on something called El Club Dumas.
No, because my husband said that's the only Johnny Depp movie he'll watch.
The Ninth Gate?
Yep.
Oh my God, that's
his kind of movie.
He's into the occult.
So I would have seen it regardless. I wouldn't have watched it. No.
Not by yourself, not without your husband likes that genre. You guys, anybody want to guess what the budget was?
30 million?
$38 million.
Wow.
Which is a lot for that. In the United States, it grossed $18 million.
Yeah, it was a hit around the world, right?
Not a hit. It
okay.
Barely made It made $58 million worldwide, and it has to do with, Polanski has an international European following, so I'm sure that him, no pun intended, put asses in the seats to see that, because he hadn't done something in a long ass time, and so because he was in hiding, he's constantly, in that weirdness hovering over him, deservedly so, and so they figured out a way to somehow they filmed New York scenes where he wasn't on the shoot in New York because he's obviously can't go to the United States. So the whole thing. Is that the
one that got Depp to come over there because he couldn't come over here?
Yes. And that's how he met Vanessa.
And I know you know this. The blonde in it is Polanski's wife, and still is.
That's exactly right, Emmanuel Sainer. That's exactly right. Lena Olin's in this. Not a massive cast if you go through it. Frank Langella is a big old actor. He's in it. He has a big role. So it's to me one of the more mediocre films Depp has done. He's not challenged much. He's, again, like Patrick Hasbrook said, it looks like he's trying to be the coolest guy in the room all the time. A lot of mumbling, a lot of cigarettes, a lot of brown cigarettes, a lot of eye rolling. The character has no emotion at all. He never emotes. He's just in constant. There's always a cigarette. There's always an eye roll.
He's more of the trope that the action happens through, rather than yeah. I wouldn't have gone to see it unless he was in it. I picked it up not knowing what the background was, but I do like those kind of movies myself. But just from looking at the shooting dates for it there, I was actually in Paris the same year on a school tour.
Wow.
It was 6 months after Princess Diana died, and if you see the place where she actually connected, it's where the car crashed. It literally crashed into a column right in the middle of 50 other columns. How it happened, I don't know. It was like it had to happen on purpose.
Hey, how dare you, Kylo Sierra Alpha, Joni? She's accusing Depp of, hey, tell Joni that sounds like Chat GPT trained on Depp's speeches. Wrote it back to you.
Oh, cool.
How dare you?
Look, Kylo Sierra Alpha could happen. But what I will say is he spelled theater the American way, and I know both of his current personal assistants.
I'll sign off on that. That sounded like him. I know his speech cadence, and I know how he throws, and that sounded like him. I agree with you.
It sounded quite genuine, and I tell you, I came back from shopping I came back from my grocery shopping to like Johnny Depp's answers. I was like, "Yay, this is the best grocery shop."
It should. It should. That's an amazing. We got to ask. I don't know if he'll feel entertained. We got to ask him some hard hitting questions that aren't disrespectful. I got to think of some. I think I'd like to ask him if he would do a sports movie. I want to see a sports movie, and I want to see what he would if he would. And I know he's been offered some. I always said one of the things, Silver Linings Playbook or something like Moneyball. I wish he would have done a movie like that. Those are great movies for him to do.
Like my expectation of that, because I know he probably let the ones that you read out on your one of your shows was like, it was an accumulation over probably nearly a year's worth of people handing in questions.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't expect any reply for like a good year. Like
I wouldn't either.
And I was like, whoa, this is like 2 weeks. They acknowledged it in 2 days. Thanks for your questions. And then 2 weeks later, I get an answer. That was kind of cool.
Kylo says that Benicio del Toro movie is a murder crime mystery. Benicio plays the detective. I won't reveal much more, but it's one of the best movies. Oh my God, that's a great endorsement. I'll have to definitely check that out. I didn't even know it existed, and I try to support him as much as I can. Oh, even G Canada watched it. There's an endorsement. G Canada says ARM like G30 nation except the USA. Ireland is universal health. He loves to piss on America, and we deserve it here. Ireland is universal health care. I know Americans can't even grasp that fact. That's so great.
It's in between. It's like in England or France. If you pay your health insurance, you pay nothing at the doctors,
right?
And you pay very minimal at the pharmacy, even as little as €3 or €4 if it's generic stuff.
As it should be.
In Ireland, you pay €70 to go to the doctor, even if you have insurance, and you claim it back. You can claim it back, but it depends on your policy how much you get of it back.
Kathy Scott's advice: commit a felony, go to prison, and they'll give you free health care.
Well, this is it. This is it. It's the same here. Like, I mean, it's the system. Oh, the systems are broken. Oh, the systems are broken.
Kathy was probably saying that all the time, and she's like, "These guys get better health care than I do," and
they do,
and I obey the laws. They have to wonder that.
I took a few of them to appointments,
and you're like, "This is better than me." I know. It's crazy.
They get a lot that we don't get.
Batman rolls his own cigarettes. Josh Foster. Last movie, The Astronaut's Wife.
Oh wait, I didn't go. I didn't go again.
You didn't go? Wait a minute.
Ninth Gate.
Ninth Gate. Okay.
I wouldn't see it without him, but I do like it a lot, and I think it's like an Indiana Jones, National Treasure, Eyes Wide Shut kind of movie. I do think it's cool.
So the Indiana Jones, which it very much is, and I remember it was compared to that when it came out. It doesn't have the rock'em sock'em, the way Spielberg can stage an action sequence. When you watch the trailer, literally that's the entire action beats are in the trailer. Like, there's nothing more than that. Although Sarah and I were thinking about joking around with the Amber Heard stuff. He actually has a fist fight with Emmanuel. Doesn't he? So we were going to put just a collage of Depp hitting women, and it's going to be that. And we were going to put him slapping Anne Heche at the end of Donnie Brasco when he's looking for the money on the thing. And we were going to do like a montage.
Black Mass.
Yeah. Black Mass is another good one. Right. So would you have seen the trailer? Would you think this would have made its rounds? Like if you substituted, say, who's a good one to put in his place here? Nicolas Cage in place of Depp here. You would still see it?
Oh, me? No. I said no. I wouldn't have seen it, and but I do like it.
Okay, that's on. I would not have seen it. I would not have. I would not have been roped in by this. I would have been rolling my eyes, thinking it was an Indiana Jones knockoff.
Oh yeah. No, it
like I would have. Yeah. That's exactly what I would have thought. If Depp wasn't in it, I would not have remotely gone near this. I would have. I knew what a lecherous creep Polanski was, so I wouldn't have supported him. That's the last thing I'm going to do is support him and go to the theater. I knew by then who he was, and.
Like I was thinking of John Cusack or something.
Cusack's that's a good one. That's a good one.
I would not have seen it.
That's a Hunter S. Thompson, buddy, right? Cusack as well. Did you know the second choice for Thompson was Cusack?
No, I
Fear and
didn't.
Loathing?
No.
Yeah, yes.
Interesting.
Can't believe you said that. Ninth Gate, Pellel says Tom Hanks would be suitable. That's not bad, Pellel.
Like the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, that's not bad. Tom Hanks was one of the first choices for Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah, it was just pre Da Vinci Code. Da Vinci Code was about 2 years later, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's the same.
I read those.
Last thing. I
and
love you all for hanging out with us. The 4 hours went by very fast. It felt like 3 hours and 50 minutes. The Astronaut's Wife, 1999. I brag about how many times I saw this in the theater. This is Depp playing astronaut Spencer Armacost. Where'd they get that name from? Where'd they get that Armacost, huh? I'm living in New York. You don't think they took my goddamn nickname and used it here? Spencer Armacost and the Astronaut's Wife. You just heard Charlize Theron talk about it. It got a major release. It looks like I'm going to read the money numbers in a minute. So let's watch the trailer.
Houston, permission to rotate the panel 48 degrees, over. Roger.
At 2:36 p.m., 125 miles above Earth, shuttle astronaut Spencer Armacost suddenly lost contact.
What the hell is that?
I'm Sherman Reese from NASA. It's about your husband.
What happened?
There was an explosion. We lost contact for about 2 minutes.
Jill. What happened up there?
Everything shut down. No sound, but something loud. And then I felt warmth. It was the warmth of you.
To most, he seemed the same. But to his wife, he had become something not of this world.
Jill.
Ah, yes. See this here?
Where is it?
2 heartbeats. It's twins, Mrs. Armacost. It's twins.
Everything's gonna be just fine.
Now,
What happened during those 2 minutes?
There was an accident. There was an explosion.
No! She's beginning to fear that the lives inside her.
I don't think people realize Depp is actually, I think, 13 years older than Charlize Theron is. They're not equals. Like when you look at that, you go, "Oh, they're the same age." No, he's 13 years older than she is.
Aren't human. And he will stop at nothing to protect them.
If you are watching this tape, Mrs. Armacost, I'm probably dead. He's not your husband anymore.
Where you gonna go, honey? Where you gonna go?
What's happening?
I love you, Jillian.
No, you don't.
Johnny Depp, Charlize Theron, the astronaut's wife.
Everything I see, you see. Everything you think, I know.
Okay. I assume most people have seen this. Do you guys ever see this running on cable at all? Or I don't see it much showing randomly. Do you guys ever see this just popping up somewhere?
I don't think I ever have.
No. And
I
you're
haven't
not going
seen
to
it
believe
at all.
You're not going to believe the budget when I say it to you.
I think we all try not to stumble on it.
Okay, let's start with Kathy Scott. Kathy, you saw this. It's, again, when I read the description for this movie when it first came out, they were comparing it to Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby, which is bizarre, how this he keeps coming up over and over again, that it has that vibe. I did not see Rosemary's Baby, but everybody raves. Roman Polanski's still living off this goddamn movie.
She's got the same haircut as Mia Farrow. They definitely tried to copy it.
Okay, thank you, Judy.
Yeah, maybe you'll want to see it one day. I don't know.
Rosemary's Baby?
Yeah, I don't know.
Only if Oh God! Only if Charlotte Lewis gets the credit for me seeing it. I'm not supporting Polanski in any. If there's a way that other people can benefit from it and not him, I'll see it. I got to see it. I'll steal it. Yes, I'll download it illegally. Take that, Roman. You heard me, and I'll distribute it to everybody I know, so you don't get the credit for it.
I don't even know if I recommend it. So, but I'm sure like 900 other people will recommend it. So I don't know.
Kathy Scott. I assume you've seen it by now.
I have seen it. It would depend on who was in his place.
Okay, very much depending on the main actor and the cast and everything like that. He's basically. I mean, that could be Brad Pitt, right? He's basically playing Brad Pitt. I mean, he's got like a little Southern accent, and he's the blonde hair.
I tell you what I'd like to see is Johnny play a part like Brad Pitt or Kevin Costner as far as the recruits for the sports.
Yeah, I just said that. I said that just before. If I were to ask Joni to ask Depp a question, I go, I want to see you do a sports movie. If you had to pick a sports story or figure, what would you play and who would you play? And what have you come across your desk that you turned down? A movie exactly like you just said, Silver Linings Playbook or Moneyball.
I would want to see him actually play that part, not an athlete.
Yes. A coach. How about a coach? We'll find some.
I want him to be the boss.
Or a boss, yeah, like an owner, like general manager,
like Kevin Costner.
Oh, you're talking about the draft day.
The draft, yeah.
Yes. I agree, 100%.
Arn, does Depp like or watch any sports as far as you know?
Yeah,
yeah. He's he listens to soccer, I know, and he has been to actual basketball games. So yeah,
he's a big Miami Dolphins fan.
Huge Miami Dolphins fan. You can't spend that much time with Hunter S. Thompson as he did, like around the clock, and not be at least sports adjacent. You have to be. All Thompson does is watch sports all day. You can't hang out with him and not be a sports fan. It's impossible. It's all he does is watch 14 hours of football on Sunday, and he's a sports writer for ESPN2, for Christ's sake. That's his job was. Hunter S. Thompson's gig. He's a sports writer. He wrote about politics and sports. That's what he does. And yeah, he's a huge Miami Dolphins fan. And he's so busy. I don't know if he's not in fantasy leagues, I don't think, but that I would love to get into sports with him. I mean, I could name he wanted to be the first white Harlem Globetrotter. You remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So growing up where he grew up in Kentucky, they didn't have pro teams. It was like a college thing. And that you can see in my avatar, he played football when he was a kid. So he moved to South Florida and they became, as the Witkins will tell you, huge Miami Dolphin fans. Let's go to Joni. Would you have seen this if Depp wasn't in it?
I haven't seen it. And yeah, I'd only go to see him because it wouldn't be my type of thing. I'd find it a bit too boring. It's not giving me Rosemary's Baby. I had to study that. And yeah, Polanski has a big pull because he's trained in a very famous Polish film school. So like people still go to that film school because Polanski was trained out of there. It gave me more Alien than Rosemary's Baby because there's no occultism in it.
Yes.
In it, but what I really liked is Depp's Southern accent because he doesn't do that very often.
He's from Florida and Kentucky.
Yeah,
which is where the birth of it is. I mean, that's like ground zero for Southern accent.
Yeah, because I think there's a couple of instances in like the audio for the trial where he lapses into his natural accent.
Yeah, you could see that definitely.
My finger.
His accent should be like mine.
Exactly right. It should. And I was reading the unsealed documents and him hanging out with David Heard, Amber Heard's dad, and she said that he would launch into a Southern accent when he'd hang out with him. He would morph into his Southern roots, and all of a sudden this weird Southern accent started coming out of him when he would hang out with David Heard.
Yeah, but that's really normal. Like, I mean, all the British actors that you see on TV none of them actually speak like that amongst their family.
Yeah,
they
I
all
bet.
have their own accents. So I find it really funny when people go like, "Oh, Depp should sound like this or something." He's lived in too many places.
Yes,
and I'd say he only. I say I have relatives, and they sound one way when they're on the phone, and they sound another way when they're at the kitchen table.
Yep, that's right. No, I agree. I agree. Did it seem very generic to you? Like it's trying too hard to be those things? You just like it's too derivative of Alien and all these old, sci-fi thrillers that you saw. That it seems very thrown together. It's weird. I don't remember. It seemed like when this came out, you're like, when did they even do this? Like they filmed it in like 3 weeks. I swear I don't remember when they even filmed it.
Yeah, like what it looks like is like, and it's the same with Transcendence.
Oh, that's so lazy. That's so lazy.
Depp himself isn't really into the whole sci-fi thing, and he doesn't really get it.
He never looked more bored than Transcendence. It looked like he filmed the whole thing from Skype. Like he could have.
We've said we some of us like it.
All right, hey, you're allowed to like it. That's not.
No, and I get why you would like it. It's just, like he's more a fantasy than a sci-fi person. He's more of an occult than he's more of a cult horror or a cult cerebral than a sci-fi person.
You don't see him as Han Solo.
Yeah, he's not Han Solo because like he wants to be on a ship but not a starship.
But he's right. I drew that comparison a million times. That Pirates Caribbean is Star Wars.
Oh, it is, and like if you read any of the what's his name, Joseph, it's the man of the hero of 1,000 faces.
Luke Skywalker is an Orlando Bloom. Mark Hamill's Orlando Bloom. Keira Knightley's Princess Leia. He's Han Solo. The Black Pearl is the Millennium Falcon. And Barbossa is Darth Vader.
George Lucas was reading Joseph, what's his name? You just mentioned his name. The hero of 1,000 faces while he was making Star Wars. And he does all mythology and he cross-references it.
Right.
And so basically all mythology boils down to 7 stories.
Yeah.
And there were permutations of those 7 stories.
But this is but Pirates versus Star Wars is crazy parallels. Like you could take everything.
The monkey's Chewbacca.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have Han Solo, who is the pirate in the sky, or the pirate in space, versus the pirate of the high seas.
The Black Pearl is the Millennium Falcon. It's the fastest.
No, it is, but it's because we have all these memes and everything that. What's his name? Joseph Campbell. If you ever read his stuff, you will it'll be right up your. It starts with sci-fi. Yeah, Regular Boat is different though. Yeah, exactly. And Joseph Campbell, look him up.
No, Pell is right. Like what Joni's saying is like he takes the script because it's a pirate ship, but if it were a spaceship, no, I'm turning it down. Like, what's the difference? Why is it more noble to take a pirate ship than a spaceship?
I think there is a chance that he'd if you could put him in blue skin makeup and do weird hair, maybe he could get into it. I don't know.
You see, if you put him in Avatar makeup, he'd love
Fifth Element or something.
Yeah, that would work for him. But he with the whole computer based thing, he doesn't really get it. He did the movies. He doesn't really get it, and he's more of a romantic lead role in that than he is in The Tourist. There's no sexiness in The Tourist at all, even though he and Angelina are really sexy. But
next time,
it's like Barbie and Ken rubbing off each other. It's not going to work.
Did everyone go?
You go now.
I wouldn't have seen it for sure. Meanwhile, the trailer showed the whole movie, and I feel like Depp just plays like a bad Top Gun Val Kilmer Iceman, and the space station scene. What's it called? The special effects are bad, and the Scooby-Doo water bubble alien at the end looks really cheesy.
That's interesting. You think that Depp based Spencer Armourcost on Val Kilmer in Top Gun?
No,
I've
you
never
know
heard
that
anyone say that.
the black sunglasses and the
Yeah,
like sharp
totally.
crew cut. I mean, they're not. You know, I don't know. They're not. I don't know. You know what? Top Gun
No,
was.
I've never heard anyone pros that because no one talks about it.
Well, yeah, but
nobody talks about
all the NASA astronauts are all former Air Force pilots. So
yes,
very good point.
I'd never heard. I think because we're the only ones talking about the astronaut's wife, it hasn't come up. But
and maybe he has a toothpick in his mouth in that movie. In this movie,
well, that's also
remember.
a cigarette that he loves. Toothpicks.
Oh,
it goes back to 21 Jump Street. That's really funny. The toothpick is a thing. A lot of smokers go to toothpicks. If you notice on 21 Jump Street, a lot of gum.
Don't
a lot
go
of
with the
toothpicks.
gum.
Yes. Oh, God, no, Kathy Scott hates the gum. She said you said you wanted to punch him in the face.
No, I said I want to knock the shit out of his mouth.
Because he chews the guy. He does that pompous gum snapping cadence he does on Jump Street.
I can't stand it.
I know exactly what you mean. We'll be looking at that soon.
I'm trying to make you laugh. I wrote notes all the way down to Chocolate Factory. We didn't even get close.
That's okay. We'll get there. It gives us time to space it out. I don't want to rush through these.
We don't have that much more left.
No, we're in 2000. We're in 1999, so we still have 20 years to go.
He didn't do a whole lot after he got with Amber.
No, there's once we get to about 2015, it really starts to get thin and wind down. It's not a long list after that. She's right. So for me, I'll end this. Astronaut's Wife. It's funny. I looked at that and and it's a guilty pleasure of mine in his filmography. I thought he was trying to do the Southern accent. I liked that he was playing like an alpha male. It was like a little different. I wanted to see him play a dude with testosterone, even though Brasco had been out or whatever. It was like, it's a good left turn. He's so different than like an Ichabod Crane. So I liked that he was going for that. It was an attempt at a thriller. It seemed very lazy and thrown together. I would not have seen it if he wasn't in it. My vibe would have been what Joni said. It is trying too hard to be alien. It looks cookie cutter. It looks derivative. And I gave it way too much of a look, see, and praise because he was in it. And I overrated the shit out of it because he was in it, which I tend to do a lot with his movies. So no, I would not have seen it if he wasn't in it.
He did have a sexy look in there.
Yeah, I could see. I mean, right? I mean, he could have been Brad Pitt for all we knew.
With the hair dyed. And
yeah, I like that too.
It gave him a different look.
Like, don't you like that hair better than what he has now?
Well, yeah.
Yep. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? And I'm not even saying just from a practicality. I think long hair looks like shit on him, and I think he's much more short hair is the way to go with him. If I
like the one in. What was it? Lucky Them?
Mm-hmm.
The long hair he had there, I think looked good.
That's very Autobot. It's very Seattle. It's very grunge. Very.
But the way he's walking around with it now.
Yeah.
No, I don't like it.
Yeah, it's just it
just looks shaggy looking.
Looks shaggy, and it looks like he it's past its prime. It has no business on his head, his face, his age. It's wrong on every level. It fails on every level. I absolutely hate it. It looks like it's almost like the hair equivalent of sweatpants you've given up.
Now, whenever when they were doing this last concert, and he had somebody up there doing his makeup and his hair and stuff, he didn't look bad.
No.
But when he don't have anybody doing it for him, it looks bad.
This is for Joni's birthday. Beachy Colcley has decided to do a song he calls this is called we'll play you out on this. I want to thank everybody in the chat. We love you for joining us. We are lucky to have you pay attention for this long. Again, this 4 hours and 10 minutes flew by. It just felt like 3:55. You have all these options. We're so passionate about this. We could just keep segueing off what we say. And I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Let's play you out with Beachy Colcley's.
And we miss Sarah.
We do miss Sarah. Thank
definitely.
you.
Sarah, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Kathy.
Next time.
This is Beachy Coldclee's serenading for Joni's birthday in Ireland called Higher With You.
Oh, God.
Okay. Yeah, I reckon we do a live take. Yeah.
I'm in rehab for the heart, so making you start. And I'm trying to figure what.
We just brought up Jerry Garcia. Do you guys get that right away out of that? Does that sound like he's going right for the Garcia thing?
Oh, yeah.
Beachy, oh my God.
You did to me, like all the times before, when you would walk out the door, and the loose ends they keep tripping up on me. You took a piece of my heart, you tore it apart, and you never give a second thought to me. I never thought at the start you'd ransack my heart, and I was blinded by the way you were loving me. I guess I
Moo! 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 I'm a loser! Eh?
Sit down. Stay where you are. For the first time, I choose to walk out on you.
Or 21 Jump.